To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is invocation by Grace Baptist Church. We got mics though.
I'd like to just say that I appreciate that the Mitchell City Council still has a spot for an invocation. There's so much in this country now that is just trying to ignore that we do have a responsibility to God. And so I appreciate this opportunity for all of us. Father in heaven, we thank you for the heritage we have in this country. People came from all over to, as they said in the early days, to find a place where they could worship. And our country was founded on the principles found in the Word of God. And we thank you that down through the ages, for the last couple hundred years or more, that the people have understood that. And so our laws are basically based on your Word. And as long as we will follow that, we should have peace and harmony. But Father, I pray that even here, when we get down to the local level, that those who make decisions and those who lead our people here would seek wisdom from God. And so we pray that would be the guiding light as decisions are being made. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy and grace. In Jesus' precious name. Amen.
All right, start with a roll call.
Sabers.
Aye.
Goldammer.
Here.
Dosher. McCardle. Barrington.
Here.
Bathke.
Here.
Charks. Here. Smith.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Approval of consent agenda items. Items appearing on the consent agenda may be removed by a city council member for discussions at the beginning of the formal agenda items. Would anyone like to remove anything?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have anything to remove, but I would like to point out that with surplus property that we have over, that is a mobile home.
That's correct.
And we are actually working with the person that lives in the mobile home. And why don't you explain it?
Yep. We're going to transfer it to them for $1, and then we're going to transport it to another mobile home park in town. So they get to keep their home and maybe build a little equity one day and not displace them, and then add a little occupancy to a different place in town.
Yeah. And that's my point, is the city is working with these people.
Yep.
And making sure that everything we can do and help them is we're trying to accomplish that.
Yep, we just had another person move out today and gave them their full deposit back, and we're clipping along pretty good now.
I was just going to mention I'm the liaison for the library, and I had the opportunity of seeing on D the new digital sign that will be located on Sanborn, and it's going to be just going to be such a great asset. And the library is hoping that all different agencies in the community will feel free to use that. It's going to be just very eye-catching, but not too eye-catching, so we don't cause any accidents. But it will be really a nice asset to have there, and a place that our community can advertise things that are happening and hopefully bring us all together a little more.
Okay. Anything else? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss anything on the consent agenda?
And I'll second that.
Try that. Yeah, okay, motion is second. Got a little ahead of myself there. Okay, now would anyone in the audience like to discuss anything on the consent agenda? Okay. Roll call.
Dosher. McCardle.
Aye.
Barrington.
Aye.
Bathke.
Aye.
Charks.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Sabers.
Aye.
Goldammer.
Aye.
Motion carries. Citizens input. If you need to address the mayor and the members of City Council on an item that was not on the agenda, excluding personnel items, please come forward to the podium and state your name and your concern. Presentations are limited to 3 minutes. Items will be considered, but no action will be taken at this time.
I'd like to jump in here just a little real quick first on a shout out for the parks. This last weekend we had soccer tournament going on. There was 500 to 1,000 people out there. The Hards youth baseball, 2 of them were going on to Little League fields. There was over 1,200 expected in town, And then in Cadwell, they had 6 amateur games all day from till late Saturday night. So it was a busy weekend in the parks, and so just brought a lot of people in, and just wanted to thank everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council Mayor. My name is Stuart Hansen. I just wanted to say that in the June 11th edition of the Mitchell Republic, Luke Hagan, the editor, said that the Chamber mandate is to attract businesses to elevate the quality of life in our community. I don't think having a prison in our community will elevate the quality of life. I'm sure most people in our community, when talking about businesses, would rather have a Lowe's, a Home Depot, a Target store, a Hobby Lobby, a Lewis store, or any other businesses that wasn't a prison. Why would we want something that no one else in this whole state of South Dakota said they don't want? Mike Lawrence of the Chamber said that the prison was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's true. An opportunity to say no way. Will Mr. Lordson be living in our community for the next 5, 10, or even 20 years? I doubt it. In my opinion, all Mr. Lordson did was create a lot of chaos in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else in the audience like to address the council?
Mayor, council members, Mike Lordson of Mitchell Chamber and Development Corporation. At our last meeting, I know this is a controversial issue, and I said to the audience, I didn't want to divide the community before we knew whether or not we would move forward with being one of the options for the prison. We are one of 4 options for the prison. We have not been selected yet. We will hold 2 forums tomorrow and the next day, and then a debate will be held at Dakota Wesleyan University on the 24th. I invite the community to come to those forums to learn more about the prison.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
My name is Michaela Johnson. First of all, thank you, Mike, for saying that you didn't want to divide the community. We're very much united against this prison. I'm here because we are facing a choice that will define our future. We are proudly known right now as Palace City, a family-centered town built around the Corn Palace and sustained by tourism, tradition, and strong community roots. But if this level 5 maximum security prison moves forward, our identity will shift overnight from Palace City to Prison City. These prisons do not deliver what they promise. Most jobs go to people commuting in, not to the locals. They don't pay property taxes, yet require massive investments in roads, water, and sewage. That burden falls on us. Higher taxes, more debt, and fewer resources for the people already here. And the real cost? People will leave. Families like mine who choose Mitchell for its safety, its values, and close-knit feel will not stay. This isn't growth, it's trade. We will lose the people who have built this town for short-term workers who are not rooted in our community and will not stay. We are stewards of this town for the next generation. So I ask, at what cost does economic growth come? When is it no longer worth it? Is it worth losing our identity, our families, our neighbors? Is it worth the slow erosion of everything that makes Mitchell special? Economic growth at all costs is not success. It's sacrifice. And how can you look at the people in this room, your neighbors, your constituents, and tell them they don't matter? I urge you to rescind the proposal and protect the soul of Mitchell. Let your legacy be one of preserving a community and not overseeing its collapse. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
I'm not very eloquent with my words, and so please bear with me. The reason why I'm here isn't just because of the prison, because obviously I'm opposed to it along with everybody else here. I could tell you from experience. I came from Pennsylvania originally, and the area where we lived, was once a thriving, prosperous area where hardly any crime. You could actually leave your house and not even have to lock your doors. And you didn't even have to worry about any of that. Since they put up the prison near our area where we came from, a lot of crime has come along with it. And the neighborhood has gone downhill. A lot of the stores has closed because of the crime. And it caused a lot of economic damages, along with a lot of people who became victim to the extra crime that came into the area. So I'm just giving you an example of what we went through and watching what we did as we grew up and how much damage it caused our area, which was once a beautiful area. The other issues I do have that I'm a little bit miffed at that's not being addressed is the fact that there was a couple of meetings here that you guys voted against term limits, which I can tell you is very damaging. If you look at our government now with the people and how they ended the term limits and all the damage that caused, where people are actually not, where a lot of them weren't even showing up because they were so old. They were falling asleep, they were so old. You end up, and basically there should be end to the term limits. And the other issue I have is that you appointed a committee without even asking us about the renters and the landlords. And you all voted against inspections. And I, as a renter, and I know there's a lot of renters out there who don't want to speak up because they're afraid of being kicked out or somewhat. But we should be able to, if there's going to be such a committee, we should be the ones that are allowed to make that voice. But putting that committee together and voting against it was against us. That is unconstitutional because we, the people, have the right to say. And it was rushed through to the point where we didn't even have the time to sit there and investigate and look into it. It was just boom, boom, boom. That's not right. These are issues. And the other issue is also the lead pipes. It made
your time is up. I'm sorry to cut you off, but you only get 3 minutes.
Okay, but the lead pipes is one reason. My name is Opal George.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else like to address the council?
What that forgot to speak for me.
Tell if that's a line back there.
I'm going to read this because this topic makes me emotional, so it'll be easier for me to read this.
Can you just say your name at the beginning? I should have asked that last time.
My name is Courtney Denny. I'm a mom of 2 young kids, owner of third-generation small business with my husband Cody, and a proud resident of Mitchell, living just a mile from the proposed prison site. My husband and I have built our lives here. We're raising our children here. We love Mitchell. But like so many of our neighbors, I feel blindsided and deeply disappointed by how this prison proposal has been pushed forward. We keep hearing that Mitchell supports this project, but I can tell you with certainty, we do not. This proposal hasn't been shaped by residents. It's being driven by individuals with political or personal agendas, not by what's best for our town. The Mitchell Area and Development Corp. has called the area south of town where the prison would go an area of minimal impact. I invite you all south. South of Mitchell is full of families, business owners, kids riding bikes, and people enjoying their own little piece of land just outside city limits. My own children, ages 2 and 6, play outside just a mile away with their friends. My sense of security being home alone with these two goes away while my husband travels for work or hockey, knowing a maximum security prison is just up the road, a road I used to frequent on bike rides. A maximum security prison doesn't belong in the heart of a county. We've all seen what happened when something goes wrong, a riot, an escape, a lockdown. These aren't just headlines, they're trauma, safety risks, and a loss of peace for families like mine. My family's worked in law enforcement. My mom for 18 years and my sister at the prison in Springfield and now the federal in Yankton since college. My mom has written a letter to the task force asking them to consider a location other in Mitchell. She knows the ins and outs of law enforcement and does not want that within a mile of her grandchildren. That speaks volumes to me. This prison won't bring growth. It will drive people out. Families like mine, businesses like ours, and even our tourism industry will suffer. The topic of prison is becoming a North versus South Side conversation, driving this community apart. Voices were heard to shut down a gun range north of town due to noise, home values, and safety. Consider the voices who live on the south side of Mitchell. We aren't talking a gun range, we're talking a level 5 maximum security prison. I've talked to members of the task force. This was presented to them on a silver platter. Those are their words as they heard from non-elected officials at the June 3rd task force meeting that they had full community support. I ask you as elected city officials to hear the voices of those who live in Davidson County and ask the Mitchell Area Development Corp to rescind their statement to bring this prison to Mitchell, which I know some of you have. We are community members, business owners, volunteers, and leaders of this community who want Mitchell to thrive without a maximum security prison in our backyards. Mitchell deserves better. Our voices matter. Please listen to the real residents who've lived here their whole lives, who are building their children's futures and plan to stay in Mitchell. Not just those who think this area is just simply sewer lagoons and minimal impact.
That's your time. Thank you. Just a reminder, try to keep it under 3 minutes so I don't have to cut you off.
I will do my best.
Okay, thank you.
All right. My name is Emily Holm. I own Anytime Fitness here in Mitchell. I'm here tonight to express my strong opposition to this project, clearly. Not just as a resident, but as a business owner and someone who deeply cares about the safety and attractiveness of our community. First, let's talk about safety. Yes, prison escapes are rare, but they do happen. And the potential risk changes the feeling of safety in our neighborhoods, which I also live just over a mile from this. What about the increase in traffic through our rural roads from staff construction crews and unfortunately the looky-loos who just come to see the prison? That's a safety risk all on its own. People slowing down, turning around on gravel roads that are already in poor shape. We are not prepared for this kind of volume. Then there's Highway 37. It's already overwhelmed, especially since the soybean plant went in. We've seen the surge in traffic, and it's only going to get worse. The roads out here weren't built for this. Our infrastructure is strained and underfunded, and now we're talking about adding a maximum security facility with even more wear and tear on the system. This also directly impacts my livelihood. One of my employees told me flat out, if this prison comes, I am going to move out of Mitchell. Local business depends on people feeling safe and wanting to live here. And finally, let's talk about how this was handled. The way the MADC presented this to the public was shady at best. There was no genuine community involvement, no clear outreach to the people who would be most effective. We were misrepresented. Mike said we would like to have this in Mitchell. The task members joked after this. I spoke to a guy on the phone. They joked about it and they said, Mitchell should pay us to put this there. They want it so bad. For that, I have no words. Mitchell is not just a dot on a map, it's our home. It's a place I've made my home. I'm not even from here originally, but I love it here. The decision will have long-term consequences. I urge you to slow this down, involve the people who live here, and seriously reconsider if this is the right fit for our town. I have had school administrators, teachers, hospital staff, citizens, some important people reach out to me and say thank you for standing up against this prison. If that doesn't say something, I'm not sure what will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Gates, and like others at this meeting, I am here to formally voice my opposition to the proposed prison. I would especially like to express my displeasure at the lack of transparency that this proposal was given to community members. The Development Corporation had ample opportunity to let us know that this was presented. At least 3 city council meetings, in fact, one of which the MADC gave a quarterly report. It was not until Mayor Hansen put on Facebook on May 20th that the task force was looking at the prison going to Mitchell that the general public was made aware. By June 2nd, the council had expressed interest in gathering information, and on June 3rd at the task force meeting, the CEO of MADC gave an embellished pitch stating that Mitchell wants this. We also heard from a member of the MADC board at the most recent Planning Commission meeting who voiced concern over a planned development by his land. I encourage everyone to go and watch that in its entirety, but some of the ironic statements he made included, I bought the property because it was in the country, because it was a quiet space, because it was 15 acres for my kid to just be a kid. And I just feel that we should pump the brakes a little bit and find out what the specifics are on everything. Let everyone know that could be affected by it. He also stated in that meeting, I also know that we are one of 2 cities in the entire state that have some of the most available jobs and the lowest unemployment, okay? So that means where are we going to get the people to fill these jobs, okay? That's a whole nother ball game to look at. All I'm asking you is to slow down and to make sure that everyone in the area is very well aware of what's going on there. When a board member of MADC voices concerns about location, transparency, and staffing, it seems to be okay. But when the community voices concerns about the same issues in regards to the prison proposal, there is accusation that we do not want the city to grow. There was more public input about the seats at the Corn Palace than there was before a dishonest pitch to the task force about a prison. I understand that the City Council does not have the final say in this project, but you do give money to MADC each year, most recently $182,000 for the Mitchell Republic. I urge you to take time to consider whether the MADC is doing their best to represent the interests of Mitchell taxpayer money. You may not make the decision on the prison, but you can stand up for the people in Mitchell. I respectfully ask you to rescind the proposal to the task force. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
I'm Lacy Bennett. I've lived here my whole life. I'm going to try and spew out as much of this as I can in 3 minutes. First off, we are requiring the city to provide sewer and water for 2,200 people. That's about 15% of the town already. That's a huge increase. With the new water system and wastewater system, we had planned for 140 years in growth. The Davidson County website says that we will grow at 500 people per decade. That's about 50 years taken off of what we've already paid for, or what the citizens were told they were paying for. That will be taken off immediately with the prison. We have jobs. We have a 1.6% unemployment rate in Mitchell. This will not destroy just Mitchell. This will destroy the communities around Mitchell. There are 12 times more jobs or employment in Sioux Falls than there is in Mitchell, Davidson County, and Hansen combined. So when you pull even 100 employees from Mitchell, or even 50, which would be a small and a very big investment for only 50 employees. Once you put that in to those people leaving these jobs, where do we find the people to cover the positions that they leave from? Where do the small towns find their positions to fill? They're not going to come from commuters. People aren't going to go to Corsica, to Parkston to fill those small town jobs because their people came to the prison. Medical, let's be honest. Queen of Peace does not do trauma. There's a reason that Queen of Peace and Navarra has not invested here. They've only invested one building in how many years? They're not going to all of a sudden decide they need to bring all these specialists to Mitchell and that kind of thing. There is nowhere for trauma. We are going to be, as taxpayers, paying all these transports to see specialists, or we're going to be paying doctors to come in, whether it's written in city taxpayer money or whether it's written in the state taxpayer money. It's all funded by the state or by the taxpayers. Let's see. Let's talk Mitchell Tech being a mile away. Would you send your daughters to somewhere where the only thing's stopping them is a mile field? Where do you think they're going to run if by chance there is even just one escape? Closest place lit up is going to be Mitchell Tech with hundreds of cars, hundreds of young students. Those are the people we want to stay here. Those are the people that we have been doing Build Dakota things for. Mitchell Tech has invested their money in our community. We owe it to the people in Mitchell to invest our time in the people here. The housing that's been invested into should not go to new people who've never invested time in our community. It should go to the people here that have been begging for housing for years, not to new prison people. This community will turn into a wasteland, an industrial wasteland, if we don't do something to stop the prison.
Thank you.
My name's Dan Delores, and I just wanted to address you folks because I've been observing council, and every one of you have been paying attention and given the speaker's contact. So we're hoping that you're listening to what the public in red is really wanting the message to give to you. And to Mike, you can't beat up on Mike because we've asked him to come to Mitchell and provide job opportunities. So he's doing that. But the unfortunate thing, Mike, it's the wrong job. It's a square peg going into a round hole. And we would ask you, it's really time to withdraw Mitchell from it and just say, thank you, we studied it, if we in fact did. And just look at it and hear what we're saying. We appreciate what you did with the opportunity and give us the opportunity. We appreciate council to take the time and give the opportunity. It's just not it. It's just not who we are and who we want to be. Dan's comment earlier when we started the meeting, the number of people that we had in this community this weekend, and we were able to facilitate that, was huge. And we need to look at how we're going to improve the quality of life in Mitchell, of which we're doing well and we have done, but how can we improve the quality of life so that we can fill the jobs that we currently have void? And there isn't any segment in our community, whether it's retail, wholesale, manufacturing, grocery stores, that is at full employment. So let's refigure something different than the square hole and round peg, and how we can get these jobs filled and continue to make our community excellent without bringing it down. So again, I appreciate you all for what you're doing and what you've done so far to bring us to this point, but I think we need to stop and really, really evaluate. I said this to the county commissioners the other day, and I'll say it here too, so it's my repeat, is I want you to stand behind us. And then I corrected myself and I said, no, that was a wrong. We want you to stand in front of us and lead us to the right direction and the right decision. And that is, let's withdraw Mitchell from this opportunity and get back on track for a community that is wholesome and that we love being a member of. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Terra Luning, South 37 resident of 20 years. The first thing I do upon rising in the morning is open my bedroom curtains to let the light in. I used to open it and see the neighbor's small shop in a beautiful field that was once filled with either beans or corn, the way country living should be. Now I see an ugly soybean plant, and by this fall it will be continuously billowing smoke out of its 4 or 5 gross chimneys and will include an off-putting smell to fill the air. There will be countless train cars and lines of semis waiting to get in to dump their load and collect their money. I picture myself opening my curtains and seeing a level 5 maximum security prison just to the east of the soybean plant, and it fills me with so much anger. This is how my day will start every single day. How would you feel waking up seeing that every morning? Really think about it. I can't even imagine how Bob and Laura Weiss and the rest of the people feel that live right there beside it. There will be so much heavy and negative energy flowing out of that place. Just think of how many people will actually be in there. 1,500 to 1,700 criminals, plus a workforce of 500. Let's just cut that in half right away and say maybe a good 250, because let's face it, there's no way we can fully staff that place, even with the people from small outside communities working there. Countless corners will be cut. Mitchell will no longer be known as the world's only corn palace, this precious place that everyone seems to care so much about. Nope, Mitchell will simply be a disgusting prison town that people will avoid. It'll have a nickname, and I put my bets that it'll be hell. How disrespectful and absolutely disgusting of Mike Lordson, Terry Sabers, and John Claggett to go behind the community's backs to put this proposal through. You are a non-profit organization. You're not elected officials. Why the hell are you calling the shots? Sabers, you weren't voted in. Claggett, I don't even know who the heck you are. Mike Lordson, you said that we had to be invited to the table. Well, Mike, I'm not hungry and I refuse to sit with you at that table. And as a taxpayer and lifelong resident in this community, I'm asking you to rescind the proposal and immediately resign. You have lost all respect and trust with countless people. It definitely shows how clueless you are to the number of people that live out there and have businesses out there. It will affect us tremendously. If this is going through, it will be here forever. It will never go away. We can't say, whoops, shouldn't have done that. It will be here forever. Dan Sabers, Tim Goldhammer, John Desher, Kevin McCardle, Marty Darington, Mike Bathke, Susan Charks, and Jeff Smith. I'm asking you to follow the lead of Mayor Jordan Hansen and listen to the people in your community. He is a true example of working for the people. Please unite and stand with the screaming majority. I also want to thank Steve Haar for his full support.
Thank you. I was Shike. My parents are one of the unfortunates. With Bob and Laura wives, my parents are the ones north of the prison, literally across the road. This is ridiculous. We've had more debates on the lake, the nursing home, everything. And this, we saw a letter had got out that Mike had sent an application in, and it was the next Friday I ran into Mike downtown. I know Mike because he rode the school bus with me. He lived in that neighborhood, down on 37. And I was like, SOB, what's up with this prison? And the next words out of his mouth was, oh, your parents. I thought about them right away. Clearly he didn't. Or if he did, he didn't give a crap. And ever since then, after talking to him, he was like, no, it's not. There's no way. We're so far out of the game. It's got to be this close to everything else. Like, there's no way. So I left that night feeling pretty good about it. And then I realized how snaky it all got. It just all went downhill from there. No, like everybody said, nobody got to come here and voice their opinion before we threw our hat in the ring. Where was that at? Why didn't we get to say no or yes? What town has a prison in it that's doing amazing? Name one. Springfield's not. It's staying alive. But that's it. This isn't going to bring what you guys want. And the other thing is, I don't know that I want it. I don't need a Buffalo Wild Wings in Mitchell, South Dakota. I don't. I've lived in Denver. I've lived in Rapid. And I came back to Mitchell for everything Mitchell has. I can run into my neighbor at the grocery store and I can talk to him. I can meet up with old friends. I don't need to live in Sioux Falls or Rapid City. We don't need that much growth. I understand that we need growth and we want to keep people going and working and the community rolling. That's not what I'm stopping. What I think is this prison isn't anywhere near going to do what you guys think it is. Sure, when it's building, there'll be money coming in. That's a no-brainer. But once it's up, it's stagnant. We're done. And I really wanted just to voice my opinion because I'm not happy about it. It's real personal to me on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jonah Michael. I've lived here my entire life, and I don't know if anybody in here lives around the Stepping Stones facility or the county jail. I do. My question is where will these prisoners go when they're released? Because I see where the Stepping Stones people go, and it's into my neighborhood. They steal cars, one just down the road from where I work. They wander around aimlessly, or they go to a halfway house, which also happens to be in that same area. My other question is, why do we always want to build things south of town, yet ignore the north of town? There's tons of land out there. Is it because the people at the lake are bitching about it? Excuse my French. But some lady said there was a shooting range that was supposed to be in this community that got shut down. That would have been great. There's not a lot to do here. And people my age, I'm 24, I'll be 25, they're gone. I look around, I don't see anybody my age. There's young families, but what happens when this prison's built? Where are they going to go? They're going to move. And nobody's going to come back because we have a prison here. You want to grow this community? You want to bring Mitchell residents back to Mitchell? Keep that hometown feel. And the prison's not going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
I'm Mark Johnson, and I grew up in this town. I moved away to Sioux Falls. I thought that's where I wanted to grow up and live and raise a family. After living there, I realized that is not the community for me. I didn't like the direction that the community was going. The crime, violence, it's all over the place in Sioux Falls. So my wife and I decided to move back to Mitchell to raise a family in a place that I grew up in, that I felt safe. Had a lot of fond memories here. This prison comes to town, we're probably going to be leaving. And we bought family land. That means a lot to us. And to be walking away from that because of a prison shows that nobody cares about the people in this community, and they all care about money. Money is the root of all evil. Don't be distracted by the money signs that this thing brings. And it's not even a guarantee. It's a I hope. What studies have been done that you guys have done that would bring a lot of money to this town? You guys spend so much money to study the lake for years. It's been a topic for years. And what studies have been done for this? I'm sure people are working in the back rooms right now trying to make stuff up, be myth busters that this is going to make a community great, but it's a lie. It's just a person's opinion, and it's a lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Heather Darington. I grew up in Mitchell. I lived in Dallas for 30 years and have been back in Mitchell for about 3 years. And this is the letter that I wrote to the Prison Project Reset. Although Mitchell has been looking for ways to increase the population and economic development, I do not feel like a prison will fuel either of these goals over the long term. I also feel that there is an overall negative stigma that could proliferate over time as prisoners are released into the community and do not have necessary infrastructure for external rehabilitation and job opportunities. I kind of broke it down into two sections, safety and then economic impacts. In terms of safety, Mitchell has a very low unemployment rate. This could make the operation of a prison more dangerous for prisoners, staff, and outlying community. Prison worker turnover rates are very high, usually around 30%. And as we know, the unemployment in Mitchell is quite low, so fueling those jobs. The proposed location is within minimal distance to two highways, 37 and 90, and just a few miles to river access. Mitchell does not have a workforce training to employ their residents in a prison system, which would make them undesirable for hiring initially. Economic impacts. Through my research, the community might experience some economic impact initially from sitting a prison. The overall research shows the long-term impact is actually negative for a town like Mitchell. I would say through the 80s to 2000s, rural prisons were spread out over Texas, over Virginia, over Colorado. There's a lot of data out there. So, and everything that I've seen doesn't show that there's any long-term impact that is beneficial. Prisons don't pay taxes. Many of the jobs are outsourced from existing prison workers and upper management, and most of these employees don't move to the community. Jobs at the prisons are generally go to people who already work in the prison. Those corrections officers who get jobs at the new prison often don't move to the community, like less than 60% of them. Mitchell does not have the housing infrastructure in place. If they did move to Mitchell, many community businesses will outsource jobs to prison workers, thereby reducing the number of jobs in the community and lowering the overall wage, earnings, and taxes for the community.
That's your time. I hate to cut you off. Sorry.
Yep.
Would anyone else like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Katie Strand, and I am opposed for this. I am a mother of 3 young children and an elementary teacher. My job is to keep children safe and to feel secure in the community. A prison located 2 miles from my home and our family business is not safe for my children and family. No facility I am aware of can boost 100% guarantee safe facility. Economic development seems to be a reason for the interest of bringing a prison to Mitchell. Our community already has difficulty in finding people to work in the jobs that currently exist. For example, the soybean plant is not finished, and that needs to be done and completed before adding another major project that will require workers first. Planning for infrastructure to support a major business needs to be considered fully before moving ahead. The impact on the health systems, the hospital access of staffing, managing traffic problems, schools, road upkeep, etc. from everything needs to be addressed before adding something that could require additional resources for our community members. I respectfully ask you to take Mitchell off the list.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dave Williams. I own and operate Williams Musical and Office Equipment here in Mitchell for the last 31 years. I love Mitchell. We've got a great community. I agree with everything that's been said. The other issue, 37, is truly a mess. That's the only way out of my driveway is 37. In the mornings, I sit there and try to dodge 2 lanes of traffic. Now, I know there's conversation about 4 lanes. Well, then I've got 4 lanes to dodge. So my suggestion is to consider a new exit off of the I-90, which I am aware that's federal, and then a 4-lane state down to the soybean plant. Take care of that, and then if you want to jog back to 37, and then slow down the speed limit on from Walmart about 3 miles south. As much as I hate slow speed limits, that would be an easier option for all of us down there to get on the highway. The other concern I have financially is I think that this prison would be a competition for our firemen, our jailers, police force. Just for example, if the prison's going to say, let's just say $30 an hour, and I don't know how accurate that is, perhaps the present wage is $20. Many of those people are going to go to the prison, and then all of a sudden we're going to have to find people to fill their positions. So obviously taxes are going to have to raise to provide that difference in money. That's one of my issues. But anyway, I know you guys are in a tight spot. No matter what you decide, somebody don't like it. But I would respectfully ask that you rescind the prison offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
What's up, fellas? Sorry, I was late.
Can you state your name?
Reed Bender.
Thank you.
My truck governs out at 98. All right, so I'm late. What am I here to say? So, a prison. Yeah, we won't be. Terry was just in here speaking her piece. I think bringing it up is a good thing. I think the community is coming together to say no, don't do it. We don't want it here. You were elected, right?
Yes.
You.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you were. I don't think Terry Sabers was having him come up and those organizations going behind the public's back. People should be upset about that, and they should call for your jobs when you say stuff like you did. All right. Boy, I had something in my head, and I just can't think of it. You're from Mitchell, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You just get out of the pen?
Did I what?
Just get out of the pen.
No, sir.
That's what people will wonder. Where do we send the crazy people? Yankton, right? That's where we send the crazy people. That's what we'll be known as, just like Terry said, no longer the Palace City. That was a good one. Chomo. Do you guys know what Chomo is? You ever heard that term? Child molester? It's a prison term. They give those guys a pillow, send them on into whatever they get to their punishment is. We don't want those people around here. Eventually they'll be let out. There'll be more of those people around here. We don't need the housing for those types of people, even though some people want that. We don't have the infrastructure for it. We don't have enough of anything. We don't want to be the prison town. Culture's everything. You're pushing a different project right now. Those are the things you should push and keep pushing them and be vocal. Keep going. It sounds like you guys are looking at plans for changing this place. Culture's everything. And maybe that is what we need. You guys don't have the money, you spend it like crazy, but yeah. I don't know how you're going to fix the lake and this and all the other projects. That's all I got for you guys. Later.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
My name is Lacy Bennett. I just wrote this up as we were talking back here. My name is Lacy Bennett, and I live in the Enemy Creek development just south of town. If you hadn't heard of it, that's probably because we like it that way. Small, close-knit, and neighborly, where everyone feels like family. I want to raise concerns and hopes regarding the safety and growth of our area, particularly Highway 37 and the prison. I've personally been in an accident while turning off the highway on the gravel road. Someone tried to pass me as I was turning. Just last week, I was passed again in the construction zone, where the speed limit is now 45. This is just dangerous. I've heard expansion is coming to Highway 37, and that's a good start, but roads and enforcement need to be in place before anything needs to be built, not after. In our small neighborhood alone, we have about 20 kids who will be driving in the next 5 years. That's 20 more young lives on the road, and I hope they'll be safer than I was. While some people focus on expanding services like the correction facilities, I want to ask, what else are we building to bring into our community? This weekend, I spent time at the soccer fields as well as the baseball fields. That's where our community is. Let's focus on things that bring families, teams, and positive energy into our town, not just workers and infrastructure around a prison. As a reminder, prisoners who serve their full term can go wherever they want upon release. That's the law. But what about the long-term impacts on the community? What are we inviting in? Let's be intentional about our growth. Let's build something our kids can grow to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council? I don't want to cut anyone off, so this is your last chance. Oh, all right, we got a taker.
My name's Jeff Harris. These people speak from the heart. You know, I fought the gun range right across the road from me. You can fight City Hall and you can win. Stick together. You're doing great. You speak from the heart. The studies have been done. Watch the news. 4 people have died in the prison over there due to drugs. It's why do we want Sioux Falls problems, Mitchell problems? We have enough going on our plate the way it is. I just hope you guys can listen to the people that live in the community, that support all of you to make the right decisions. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last call. Okay, then we are moving on. Mayor and City Council discussion items. Would you guys like to discuss anything? Well, I'll just say one thing real quick, is our police force is now fully staffed after today, including the 2 additional people. So I think it's been 5 years since they've been fully staffed, especially when you count the 2. So that's good. So Dean's on vacation today, of course, after such a monumental success.
I'd like to congratulate Joe Schrader and winning his school board election.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Joe.
And I've talked to the mayor about it. I think that the mosquitoes are starting to get bad, and we need to spray now, and we need to do it a few days before the 4th of July, because the public will be out and about, and I think we need to have the public safe from mosquitoes.
That's on the list. Okay, anything else before we move on to the fun stuff?
I was just going to add that for a former Beaver, congratulations, Joe. Thank you for stepping up. I understand you defeated an incumbent over there with 24 years of service. So thanks to him, too, for the amount of time he put in. But thanks for you for running, and that's awesome. And I'd also like to note that in our school board, we had an individual that ran and got more votes than 2 incumbents. So it can happen.
Joe today told me, he said something, he goes, well, I'm not the politician. I said, you are now, you just won school board, Joe, so be prepared.
Kind of funny, this was brought up. I was reading the special, it's called, the paper, and Salem had 3 incumbents all get defeated. 3 people up for election, 3 new people won, 3 incumbents went down in Salem. It's just, I mean, from everything we're hearing, so now I'm watching out. There are a lot of incumbents going down.
Alrighty.
I just wanted to take a second to thank both the baseball and soccer associations for hosting great tournaments in town. I love to see the soccer field getting used, and 3 days of games was certainly fun to see. I wish I could still play like I used to, but watching is where I'm at.
Okay.
Mayor, I was going to, are you okay?
Oh, yeah.
One more thing, is that all right? So tomorrow night, Mike did point out that there is going to be a forum with a presentation and an ability to ask questions. And I don't know about you guys, but when I signed the letter, I wanted to learn more information. I'm sitting here as a neutral vote right now. And of course, I'm just one person, but I want to learn more about the prison. I want to know, how it does impact us. And then tomorrow night is going to be a great opportunity. Now I don't know where Mike's going to have me sitting, but I'm going to be there and listening, and then formulating an opinion at some point in time. But I don't have all the facts. And I hear you guys out here. I know most of you or some of you, and I understand that. And for me, if we don't get the prison, that's fine. But what I want to come out of this is Mitchell is poised to grow and get a business here in town. We do have the infrastructure, and we do have the housing coming. And so that's why I want everyone in the region, in the upper Midwest, to know Mitchell is prime for a great business to come in. And if it's not the prison, then so be it. But I want to make for sure that people know we've invested in this community with water and sewer, and we've got now a railroad authority that Mike and I sit on. And so we are positioned so well to move forward. But if it's not the prison, it's not the prison. But that's where I want to learn a little bit more, and hopefully people will point to Mitchell saying, okay, that's where we want to go.
And by the way, we're breaking ground at the on our water deal tomorrow if you guys want to come. I don't know if you saw that. Hopefully I forwarded that on. Okay. Anything else before we move on? Okay. Board of Adjustment. Entertain a motion for the City Council to recess and sit as the Board of Adjustment.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to set the date for Board of Adjustment hearing 7/7/25 for all the following items shown on the agenda.
Move to set the date.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. Darington. Further discussion? Anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Reconvene as City Council. Entertain a motion for the Board of Adjustment to adjourn and the City Council to reconvene in regular session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Corn Palace 4 prep for seating replacement project number 2025-18A. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. Proposals were sent out to grind existing concrete surface, which includes the vertical faces and the Corn Palace seating. That will be removed and replaced. The scope included, like I said, grinding all working surfaces and vertical edges, the original concrete, patching holes or areas that are broken, apply one coat of thin epoxy prime coat, followed by a heavy epoxy material with chips applied with a seal coat. 3 quotes were received, with a low bid being Pro Polish LLC for $91,250. We do recommend awarding that proposal to Pro Polish. Rex Wiggle Concrete will be removing the seats for $2,770. And we do recommend approval, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. Sabers. Any further discussion? Concrete guy?
Well, let's just back up why we ended up here, because people are probably wondering why we're doing this again when we said we were going to hire someone before. I don't know what happened. He got a job or something, I guess. But I personally know this Pro Polish guy. He is a Mitchell guy. Hayes Carter, if people don't know him, he's from Mitchell. So, and I've used him before on projects. He's very good at what he does. I think we have the right guy. The part that really sucks is we're paying a lot more money than what we initially agreed to. But we have to do it because the chairs are coming, so I will be voting for it.
Okay. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Action to approve amendment number 3 to agreement A 2021-10 with Helms and Associates for recycling building projects 2021-30. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. City Council approved an agreement with Helms and Associates for design and bidding services for a new recycling transfer station at the Mitchell Regional Landfill on February 16th of 21. Council approved an amendment to that agreement at their August 5th, 24 and December 2nd, 2024 council meetings for construction phase services. The attached amendment adds additional construction phase services for the project. Contractor was on the project additional time due to completing the project during the winter months, which in turn required additional professional services from the consultant. The project was substantially complete on March 17th with final acceptance on April 25th. The original completion date was May 1st of 2025. So they did complete it earlier, but it took them longer than planned because they were doing some work when it was colder out. Staff does recommend City Council approval of the amendment with Helms and Associates on an hourly not to exceed basis of $30,500 for the services. I can answer any questions you may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. McCardle, second by Mr. Goldhammer. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same side. Motion carries. Action to approve agreement A 2025-39 with HDR Engineering of Firestill Creek FEMA mapping review. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. HDR Engineering has been asked to review the modeling completed on the Firestill Creek within and just west of Lake Mitchell. HDR will take information collected by the City of Mitchell survey crew and add it to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, hydraulic model. They will also review and model and update accordingly. Maps will be generated to compare the current model to the revisions made by HDR. Future steps will be determined at that time. The proposed work will be provided on an hourly basis, not to exceed $27,645. Any future proposals would be brought back to council for consideration. We do recommend approval, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Do you feel like you're optimistic that there may be changes made then?
They do know there are some changes that they observed right away in the model that could be completed. They do know that the looking at the old study versus the new, the hydraulics were done differently. So that's one thing, another item that they're going to look into.
For better or for worse? Differently?
Not,
Neither?
yeah, it's undecided at this time. We know it's different. And they need, before they dug into it, they wanted to get this proposal in place.
Joe, is there a way to include Dry Run Creek into this?
So with this study, if there were some funds left over and council decided to allot those funds to that would be an option. Or else if we do want to look at that area, I think we could bring back a similar proposal. I do know, I did have them look at Dry Run Creek as well. And they said that in the initial views, it looked like the flows from the first modeling that was done to this were similar. So that was a little disappointing, meaning that the changes are probably more realistic. But it's definitely something we could take a look at.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer.
Can anyone from the public have anything to say about this?
Pretty soon, but not quite yet.
Sorry.
We got a second. Any further discussion?
Joe, what is the estimated timeline for this work to be done? How long do you estimate it'll take?
They said they could get working on it fairly soon. I would expect within a couple months we would have results.
All right. Anyone in the audience like to discuss this?
I'm Jeff Harris again. Didn't change. Joe, can you tell me, FEMA put me in the flood zone years ago, and it wasn't much money, and it was $400, and I thought, well, I'll just pay it. And then it went up to $1,500 to $1,800 a year. And I thought, I'm going to get Smucker, Paul, and Knorr to do a study. So I hired Smucker, Paul, and Knorr, and to start going in my basement, it's 12 and a half feet above the spillway. Tell me, do you know if the study, the level of Lake Mitchell, when it's going over the spillway, the drop to the Jim River is 70 feet, I've heard. So it's got to, in order to back up in the lake, the spillway, it has to fill up 70 feet of Jim River. Is that in the study or not? The Jim River?
Yep. So they modeled the structures. They do know there are some issues with how they modeled the structures, like the West End Bridge. There was an issue that they found there. There's also an issue at the Canal Bridge. So really, the issue isn't necessarily in the lake; it's behind those bridges.
Okay. And well, they took me out of the flood zone when I had Smucker, Paul, and Knorr. I did the whole study, and it was a couple $1,000, and it was 12 and a half feet. That's the dirt berm on each side of the spillway. Water would have to be running over that in order to start in my basement. Now I got another letter. In 24 days, I have to get flood insurance. And nothing's changed. The lake's still there. But now somebody on the computer of FEMA says, oh, now he's back in the flood zone. And I proved that I was 12 and a half feet out, and now I'm back in. It gets pretty expensive to sit there and fight back and forth. With FEMA, somebody sitting on the computer and generating this thing that it's going to flood. If 12 and a half feet are going over the spillway, I'll accept it starting in my basement. I mean, that's pretty biblical proportion in my estimate.
You're preaching to the choir. That's
right.
Why we're going through this
Well,
process.
I heard the city wasn't involved in it. It's all FEMA's doing. But if we had some more backing for the people who pay the high taxes, I'm over $10,000 a year in taxes. I don't have city snow removal. Now FEMA comes in and, hey, you're in the flood zone. And, I can go on and on. It's just getting ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why we're trying to do this, because there's a ton of people that got put in the flood zone too. And like he said, there's two different choke points. They say both bridges it's weird. So that's why we're hiring them to look at it and hopefully tell us it's not weird.
And one of the things that I thought was interesting is that they really have we as a council over a barrel as well. Because if we didn't vote to support their findings, then we would be jeopardized as an entire city. So I feel like that, they just get you coming and going, and you're looking at people who are completely sympathetic to your plight, and we'll do whatever we can do, but they have just done everything that they can to block us from being able to take strong action. So what we're doing and what Joe and the mayor have been working on is probably our very best possible hope to get that changed. And I think we just have to all keep our fingers crossed and say our prayers that FEMA and someone at that computer will listen and be reasonable.
Well, all right. I won't take any more of your time, but I did go down to the engineers when they had the West End Bridge removed. I said, how about we bring it up just enough for a boat to go under it? Oh, that would cost millions of dollars. And the road's higher on both sides. It wouldn't have cost that much to bring the bridge up higher. So more water could go through it, it's only a boat can't get through it. With a brand new bridge, we could have made it 3 to 4 feet higher. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Resolution R 2025-46 as shown on the agenda. Mr. Jenigas.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Planning Commission recommended approval of this unanimously. This does sit outside city limits, but it's within the ETJ, therefore it is city's zoning jurisdiction. Applicant is platting off a piece of ground to sell to their neighbors. There is an easement on the south side to get to the remaining parcel of land. The shed that was on there has been taken off, so there's not going to be a shed over the property line. Since it's in the county has to hear this as well. Their County Planning Commission recommended approval of it, and County Commission will hear it on Wednesday. I can answer any questions you have. Applicants here, if you have any questions for them as well.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mrs. Sharks.
Second.
Second by Mr. Goldhammer. Any further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Hearing and second reading of Ordinance O 2025-2008, rezoning as shown on the agenda. Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Planning Commission recommended approval of this. Since first reading, I have not heard anything from any neighbors or anything like that about this. There were 2 letters in favor of this. What they're doing is taking from R4 to Conservation District again, which puts it back with the golf course. They're looking to put another a par 3 on that piece of property. Answer any questions that you have for me.
Motion approved.
Motion by Mr. Sabers. Second by Mr. Darington. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Motion to adopt Ordinance O 2025-08.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. Sabers. Any further? Sorry. Mr. McCardle. I always got to look before I say. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Okay. Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay. Roll call.
Barrington.
Aye.
Batsky.
Aye.
Sharks.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Sabers.
Aye.
Goldhammer.
Aye.
Dosher. McCardle.
Aye.
Motion carries. Hearing and first reading on Ordinance O 2025-09, rezoning of the lots shown on the agenda. Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Planning Commission recommended approval of this. 4A, 1 nay, 1 absent, and 1 abstain. There were 3 letters opposed that were in the packet. I did receive an email that I just handed out to all of you. We also have it for the board if we need it on the screen that is opposed to it. The PUD is for 25 acres. A commercial PUD has to be 5 acres. Residential would be 1 acre. Lot 2 is 4.65 acres. That has been annexed into city limits. Lot 1 is not, and Singapore Slab Track 1 is still outside in the county as well. But because it's our zoning jurisdiction within the ETJ, we can have a PUD going for inside city limits and outside city limits. There were concerns about wanting to have the country feel out there, not wanting to have commercial, and that the PUD might be too open-ended to allow too many things in that area. With the PUD that we have, with that diagram up on the screen right there, they presented that as a possibility for the front area along North Harmon. The bottom corner would be a proposed maybe gas station. Senior living would be on the lot 2, an event center, and then an apartment complex to the north there. They have shown another plan to the northeast of that location, which would have, I believe it was 28 duplexes in that area. So with their PUD that they're requesting, they've looked at what their development is looking at now and also in the future, and put those items within the PUD, so that way it's set up for in the future moving forward. There are conditional uses that are in that PUD, that retail services and trade, a shopping center, the normal child care facility or anything like that would be a conditional use, which would still have to come back in front of this board for approval for that. We set their parking like any of our other PUDs or R3, R4, signage, our densities for how big the lots would be required for when they do plat out other portions of it. It follows along with a lot of the other R3, R4, and PUDs that we have existing within the city limits. I can answer any questions that you have for me. Applicants here if you have any questions for them as well.
So we have some friends who just moved their mother into the Huron Peaceful Pines. So I've heard just wonderful things about the facility itself. My question is, I guess the concern that I have had people talk to me about, and I share the concern, is that it seems like this list of permitted uses and of the conditional uses is pretty exhaustive. And I wonder, I mean, why we have to list all of them up front, and why not just say, this is what we're going to put there, and this is what it will look like. And then if a shopping facility wants to build there, then they come to us like any other group and would come and ask us that. Is there a reason that I feel like this really long list of permits and conditional uses is something that's kind of a big hang up?
That's what they're proposing to put at this location. So yes, you could just put 3 items in here and then come back every single time you wanted to add one more item and do the planning commission and then 2 hearings at council as well. It could be done that way, or it can be done this way where you say, this is what we plan to have all out here, and so we want to put that out at the beginning, and then you don't have to go through all those hearings in the future.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. It's not like it's going to happen overnight. I guess I'd be interested in knowing, you guys are sitting here, if there's a reason that, are all of these things are we for sure going to have a religious institution, or are we for sure going to have transient commercial use of property?
That's what our Airbnbs and VRBOs are going to be listed. When we're doing our ordinance update for the whole ordinance, that's what we're going to call them in the future. So they requested to have it in here now so they don't have to come back and do it again when we have them as lodging houses right now in our current ordinance. Well, why do we want to change lodging house, take that out, but transient commercial use of property in it now? When you can take care of it.
I can answer that question of why. And it's to give people peace of mind. I mean, I think it might require a few extra steps, but it would give the people who have the concerns some peace of mind that we're not just, and again, let me be clear that I'm not against this project. I think it really looks like it will be a lovely thing. So, but my concerns are that we're kind of opening up, and maybe it's a few extra steps, but it's not a lot of extra steps. And we're talking about over the space. I don't know what our projected development and construction period is, but if you're like, oh gosh, turns out we're going to need fill in the blank, or we've got a business that wants to add an office here and we didn't plan on that. It's not it's not insurmountable to be able to go to the planning and say, this was something we anticipated, we weren't positive, but now we would like to move ahead with it. And I feel confident at that point that it would be approved. But I think when there's a list this exhaustive, that it's a little bit overwhelming to people, and they're looking at it and going, can we just pin it down and tell us exactly what we're looking for? So
I think I can make that a really simple answer. Anytime we ever do any sort of rezoning, there's a long, exhaustive list of things that are automatically allowed, and then there's another list of things that have to be conditionally used. So every time we do any sort of thing like this, there's always this long list. I mean, is that right, Mark?
If you were to look at R3 or R4, look, there's a lot of permitted uses in those as well as conditional. This isn't anything excessive compared to any other zoning that I would say. And this is their PUD. That's what they're requesting to put in here.
And I want to say, Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe they were given R3 as an example to look at for what's allowed in that district. And then, they may have added a couple of things onto that specifically that they were looking at to do in the PUD, but they were using that R3, the regular R3 zoning district, as a base.
Okay. So when I look at this list, this is just routine.
Yeah, I'd say.
Is that fair to say that this is just every other?
What are you showing right now, Stephanie?
This is R3.
So this is R3. So anything that's already zoned R3 in our town has dang near all this stuff.
They would have been going off of R4 then instead of R3.
Oh, okay.
Could we go through the permitted uses, please?
Yeah, okay, I can read it. Adjustment Training Center facility is psych.
On this one or on the proposal? Sorry.
No, on
R4?
R4.
Should have read faster.
Okay, assisted living, boarding houses, community residences up to 24 units, congregates care housing of up to 24 units, educational institution, electrical vehicle charging stations, lodging houses, multifamily dwellings of 24 units or less, open space, park and playgrounds, religious institution, residential daycare, single family dwelling, supportive living home, temporary or emergency shelter up to 24 houses. So those are just automatic, and then conditional uses is everything else where they'd have to come before this board. That sounds pretty similar to what I think is in this PUD, right?
There's a couple added into the permitted because they knew that's what they wanted to do with that piece of property. So they decided we'd like to put it in as the permitted because we're going to do that. And so that's why they went with that. And they took off the numbers for the assisted living that was over 24 or up 24 and under is a permitted, over is a conditional use. Well, their facility is going to be bigger than that, so they want to just have that as the permitted instead of going through a conditional use for that in the future.
I mean, that's really helpful, that explanation, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
So 2 things I wanted to touch on is I definitely do not want to tie the developer's hands. I think we're being real transparent that he can do any of these things. Is there a lot of them he's not going to do? I'm betting there's a lot of them he's not going to do. And to me, the most important thing about this project is, and me and the mayor met with Justin and the owner, I don't know, probably 3 months ago now, 2.5 months ago. And I just think,
Mike's not on. I just think that we always talk about how can we keep these Dakota Wesleyan and Mitchell Tech grads here. It's right in front of us. This is a wonderful opportunity for nursing students, good paying jobs. They'll be able to afford a good house to put on tax roll. And I don't know what the total will be once this is all developed out, but I'm betting it might push $100 million by the time it's done. Why would we not get behind this?
I was out there this weekend and I looked around and I walked out in it and I looked over the lake, and I mean the area, it's like you're going to deer hunt in it. I mean what they're going to clean up is with a view, it's what Mitchell's been looking for. We've been talking about growing. I don't know how we cannot get behind this anyway, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Severs.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Goldhammer. Got it right this time. Okay, further discussion before we open it up to the audience?
I just want to make the comment that we are not just on this senior assisted living. This
It's
is
the
the
entire-
whole PUD that we're discussing.
The entire 25
So
acres.
just that way we have that understanding.
And Mark, can I just ask one more question before you go? So will you please explain the whole 4.6 acres versus 5 acres? Can you just explain that to me, please?
For our ordinance to request a PUD, planned unit development, if it's for residential development, it has to be 1 acre or more. If it's going to be other than residential development and commercial development, it has to be 5 acres.
But we don't have 5 acres, so how do we address that?
We have 25 acres in this whole development. Lot 2, which they annexed into the city limits, is 4.65 acres. So they decided to go with the whole 25 acres because that goes over the 5 acres that's required.
So the whole 25, the whole 25 will be annexed in.
I can't speak for the developer on
The
that.
whole, how much will be annexed in then?
Right now, the 4.65 acres is annexed into city limits.
So lot 1 and 2.
No, just lot 2.
Just lot 2, I meant.
They can request to annex lot 1 and the remainder of Singapore Slab Track 1 in the future. We're not dealing with annexation at this time. We're just dealing with the PUD that is some in the city limits, some outside of the city limits, but it's all 25 acres out there.
And so really the 4.6 versus 5 can include the whole area, and it's just kind of an aside that 4.6 is annexed in. That's not really important to that.
Correct. That the
Discussion.
annexation portion of it doesn't
affect
Yep.
it. And is there a reason that we're not adding? Well, I guess one is added in. It's just not annexed in. Am I okay? Got it. Okay, thanks. Did you want to? Were you explain something?
No, I think you covered it. The big thing to keep in mind is that, lot 2 is the one that's been annexed. The other lot 1 and the rest of the tract, they're still within our ETJ. They're still within our zoning district. So that's why the whole area is still being considered part of the PUD.
Mark, in these letters that you got, did you just receive those? So they're not part of the packet, or?
That's correct. The one that you have in your hand I received this morning. And that's why I'm handing it now at this meeting for you guys to see it now.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else in the council before we open it up to the audience for questions, if we have any? Okay. Would anyone in the audience like to come up here? Oh. Who's going first?
Go ahead.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Lane Warzek. I work for HME Companies as the VP of Development here as co-applicant with JTZ on this entire development, specifically the senior living component. We've been working with Justin since the fall, probably of 24, on not only the senior living, but just kind of what his envision was for the rest of this development, and compliments to the city staff that we've been working with through this entire process. This would be our 8th Peaceful Pines community here in South Dakota. We're based out of Brookings here, and have built locally in lots of different communities. We've been in front of multiple councils. We've had lots of conversations with city folks and their different zoning processes. And so it's something that is unique to every community. We try to do our best on the front end to be as detailed and diligent as possible. And I will, again, compliment the city. They probably are, if not been the best to work with as far as the zoning process goes. We do get into some of these communities that can be a little more challenging, which that is no problem on our end. But it's been very helpful walking through this process, explaining the different ordinances. Again, they do vary from community to community. And so all the different technicalities, which Mark is explaining here today, is one of the helpful things that when we reach out, we say, hey, this is kind of our dream. This is kind of what we want to do. What's the best approach? And so we talk about the difference between R4 with a conditional use. We talk about a PUD. What's the best route? And ultimately, in conversations with them, this ended up being the best option for us to move forward. We talk about efficiency. Obviously, being a private developer, we like to do things once, one time only. Yes, it does offer some flexibility, but to the point, and I do thank you, Stephanie, for bringing up the current ordinances. That was very helpful, where you do walk through the conditional uses, and that is something that we would have to come back, and apply for if that's the route we wanted to go. So we talk about, yes, we kind of have a general idea, but, plans change, as things evolve and develop. Conversations lead to one or another, and we might want to
pivot. And so by doing this, going down this initial route, it allows us the most flexibility, allowing us to keep moving forward. Ultimately, it is South Dakota. Our building time frame is very limited. And so, we want to try to be as efficient as we possibly can with the time that we do have. And so having the flexibility in the front end, obviously being transparent with city staff. And, we've had multiple meetings dating back to, like I said, last fall, obviously, lots of conversation with Jordan and some of the city council members, as well as, the Mitchell Development Corporation. Those have all been very, very helpful and to allow us to keep moving this forward. Obviously, Justin and Janelle have a dream out there and taking this certain property, and we're just here to assist any way possible that we can. We love bringing these communities in. We talk about the scenic nature of it, and one thing I will say, as we look at all the projects kind of across the state that we've done, and South Dakota, it's no secret, we're an egg-based group here, and you have your parents, they're on a farm most likely still, and they don't want to come off. And so, yeah, we did look at a lot of different sites here in town that Justin had or was connected to, and ultimately we came to Mitchell because we enjoyed the site. It is an easier selling point. It truly is a marketing piece for us and our residents. You want to bring mom and dad off. Their health might not be as great, but they'll be darned if they live in the city. They've been on a farm their entire life, and so you put them in this rural scenic setting. It does become an amenity to the project and not necessarily a detriment. Obviously, we're very respectful of neighboring people's concerns, and we have them ourselves as well as we go into these communities. We talk to a lot of different folks. We look at the best possible uses for the project because, trust me, we have a very demanding owner. He has high expectations of what these facilities look like long term, to the point where sometimes we're jumping on a lawnmower and mowing the lawn just to appease him. And so, we do take that very serious. You can look at all the different properties. We're all the way out in Spearfish. We're as far north as Millbank. Most recently here in Brookings. For us, you feel free to drive by our properties and see. We do spend a lot of time, energy, and effort to design them, make sure they're well thought out, making sure we're taking everything within the land that we're looking at and making it the best possible use. And so when we look at this, and yes, it's going to be on 25 acres in totality, but there's a lot of landscaping out there. There's a lot of different things a person can do, in which we do to make sure that we mitigate any neighbors, because it is a big thing. They are large buildings. There's no secret. But what we're bringing into this area, you talk about investing $25 million into a lake, and what's the best way of getting people out and to enjoy that is, well, bring some density out there, get some housing, some residential components out there. Not only that, just talk about jobs, talk about all the benefits associated with that. Well, you need places for those folks to live, and we have the job opportunities for the folks to stay here in Mitchell. So collectively, when you look at it, it's not just a senior living component. It's not just a event venue component or an apartment component. You really look at all these cohesive components that really tie everything together. You talk about residential twin homes. Again, that's an agent in place. It's a marketing strategy for us. Folks come off the farm, they live in a twin home because that's what they're ready for. And then, age is declining. Let's actually move into the facility. So it's not just, we're throwing stuff at a dart. It is a well thought out plan that we try to plan ahead. We have conversations with the city and folks that have some say in things, and we want to make sure that we're doing what everyone wants here. And so we do think we have accomplished that. There's obviously a process, and that's what we're doing here. And I'm happy to answer any questions if the group has any. So I appreciate your time and obviously consideration. So thank you.
Will you stay out there just for a second?
You bet. Sorry.
Yeah. So you talked about your sensitivity for the neighbors, and I wanted to make sure that you did get a copy of the emails.
I got one handed.
So I guess, if I had my wish, it would be that maybe you guys would have an opportunity to talk to the neighbors and listen and hear their concerns and maybe help them to feel better about it.
You bet.
So that would be a wish that I would have. I know that this is, it's always, if I've learned anything, there's always two sides.
100%.
And, what's wonderful to one person may not be as wonderful to someone else. And I just think the more that we can do to alleviate any concerns and to at least address them and to give some reassurances, I think that would go miles in helping to, help people feel better about it.
And I will say, and yeah, I 100% agree, and generally that's what we do. When we talk to landowners, they're our local connection. We're from Brookings, obviously, still South Dakota based, but there's no better resource than that local person, which is where Justin and Jill come in. And so I do know that they have reached out.
on a few different occasions to the neighbors to try to understand that, to try to explain, walk them through the process, walk them through the vision, because yes, you're right, 100%, you can't ever always appease everybody. Everyone's going to have their own opinion, and that is totally fine. That's not what we're here about. But we do feel like, again, doing this time and time again, and feel like we do it quite well, is, you know, reaching out to those local connections and making sure that they do have the opportunity to reach out to neighbors, and that was done here on this project. So.
I mean, I just consider, you know, one of the concerns is the 3-story building, for example. Let's just take that. And sometimes, and I don't know because I haven't walked the property, but sometimes if there's a way to, we've had things like this many times through the years while I've been on council, and I just feel like sometimes you need to just be able to see exactly what that'll look like, and we don't have any kind of a 3D model of this or whatever that's going to give.
Can we
you
show her the picture of the Brookings one? That's pretty close, isn't it?
We haven't, but yeah, certainly.
You just type in Peaceful Pines, Brookings, South Dakota, and look for an engine.
Yeah. So anyway, just that for example. So thank you very much.
Certainly appreciate that. We can provide that if that's a concern.
It's pretty standard.
I've actually been to the one in Brookings and the one in Huron.
He's going to move there soon.
What's that?
I said you're going to move there soon, but I'm just kidding.
This is a big, beautiful plan. It really is. The whole thing is just, I mean, I've drove through them. I've heard kind of a funny story about it. My mother and father-in-law used a dentist in Brookings yet, and they were so excited to hear Mitchell was getting one of these. They said the nurses just love working there. The work environment is just unbelievable. I don't want to tie his hands, the developer's hands. I want him to be able to do
you make that
he
one bigger.
land. He owns it.
That one you're on? Oh, it looks great.
Yeah.
Aww.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Anyway. Yeah, that's something we can provide too if that's.
It's that one right there, Susan, if you want to look. It'll be very similar to that picture.
The big picture there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It'd be almost similar to that, right? Similar layout.
That one is a 3-story as well, and that much, you know, that's an elongated building here. We'd have a much condensed. That's 63 units. Our particular project here in Mitchell would be 18 independent living units. So our independent living is the only component that is going to be a 3-story for lots of regulatory reasons with the Department of Health, keeping the assisted living memory care on 1 floor. Certainly makes our lives easier operationally. And so you take that building and you chop it up into about a third, less than a third. That's the component that would be a 3rd story. And again, you look at different site options, and, you know, reason for going vertical is obviously to take advantage of the lake views and make it a really high amenity for the area for us. Obviously, the land certainly supports a 1-story, but we do feel we're getting a better bang for our buck. It becomes a marketing component to be on the lake with some views. So that was one of the main reasons we want that option. So great questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We got a line again.
Hi, Heather Darington. I really appreciate all your points and everything that you brought up. There were a lot of my questions that I had as well, in terms of like the broad ask in terms of zoning for this project. And it seems to me like by kind of throwing this kitchen sink at a project kind of undermines the purpose of the area development program, and as well as the neighbors in the neighborhood. I mean, it seems like they were notified under some sort of necessity, but they're not really necessarily getting all the information in terms of where this project might go over time. And in some cases, you're saying the project and the scope of the project might change over time. And so I just don't necessarily agree with, you know, giving a broad, open list of all of these kinds of zoning things. And my other question is, when I watched the meeting last week, I didn't really realize that Zone 1 was a gas station. Is that correct?
It's proposed, but it's not for sure.
Okay, and is that something that the Mitchell taxpayers will get to vote on, since they are funding the development, the draining and everything of the lake, and that could be a risk to their investment over time.
I would say they'd be regulated by the Department of Health, probably something like that. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Lordson with the Chamber and Development Corporation. We appreciate the investment that both HME and JTZ properties are making into this property. We think it'll be a great new addition to our community. There's a lot of great amenities that will be added because of this. HME, obviously a very reputable company all over the state. I had worked with them a little bit while I was in Chamberlain, trying to recruit them into that community. So we're happy to see this, hopefully about to move forward. We would urge the council's support for this project. We'd like to see it come to fruition.
Thank you.
I'll just add real quick. I'm the liaison to the Development Corporation, and I have not had one board member that had reached out to me as a board member to say that they are not for this plan. So they are for this plan. Now, I did have a member that talked to me as a citizen, but not as a board member, and they support this plan.
Thank you.
My name is Brian Casey, and I'm one of the owners of P&B Casey Farms, along with my brothers Pat and Bruce. And I'm also here representing Brian and Vanessa Clark, our neighbors, who are out of town on business. We all support a senior living center, a memory care unit, an assisted living center, a daycare that could help the nurses and the staff and everything else. We believe they would be great neighbors. We live in a rural environment. We like our rural environment. We think it'd be a perfect place for that. We do not agree with, once again, the comments that were up here about too many permitted uses, not enough conditional uses. I hear the argument about, well, then you got to come back, you got to do this. Understood. The fact is, I don't trust Justin Teesey. There was a comment earlier here about when this development conversation started. I watched the videos of the Planning Commission last week, and in those meetings, it was discussed that this project had been on the books since January. So, if that's the case, why did Justin Teesey call me on February 27th and say, gee, Brian, just want you to let you know how much we really like that land out there, how much we really like all the woods. My daughter loves walking around and exploring. And by the way, would you sell me another 20 acres? When someone blatantly tries to deceive me, I don't trust him. And I won't trust him through this whole project. And we will fight against giving JTZ such a empty slate to work with. We feel very strongly, I feel very strongly, that I would like the council to proceed with caution. We have a great concept here. Let's not let it get out of hand.
Thank you. Would anyone else in the audience like to say anything? Okay, further discussion from the council before we vote?
Well, I'll just start it and you guys hop in, obviously. You know, as it's kind of relayed, the facility itself and when I looked at the R3 and the mayor was reading them off, it was basically residential based. And we do have items in here on the permitted that I know the neighbors right now are are in favor of. I wouldn't mind at least pulling a few of them off and put it into the conditional and having it go through the extra steps. I'm looking at the convenience store, and the car wash obviously is an issue with sound, and not pulling a lot of them. But I just think that if we focus in on the housing, I would have no problem with this at all. But when you start dealing with additional businesses, I think that's where it needs some more discussion. And I'm not saying I'm not against it, but it gives the public at least an opportunity to come in and voice their opinions. And I might be the only one.
No, you're not, Jeff. I understand, Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, that we cannot pick and choose and take that out, take this out, put that in. It's either you take it or you not. I mean, it's either all of those or we have to change the ordinance.
No, you can certainly move things in there. You can remove items, you can move things from permitted to conditional, but that's up for the council to do. When we were at Planning Commission last week, Planning Commission doesn't have the ability to change the ordinance. City Council does.
Yeah, nobody in the planning and zoning meeting was opposed to what he presented up there. They were more concerned with the fact that I think I'll change my mind, Justin could say, and I think I'll do this, that, and the other thing, and he could do it. Sure, we'd all love to see the senior part of it, but I changed my mind. Justin could say that and do what he wants. Any of the allowed deals.
So what, before we have Justin come up here, how do I phrase this? What things are unacceptable?
Maybe we can hear from Justin and see kind of his thoughts, and then we can go from there if you're okay with that.
Hey guys, I'm Justin Teasy. I guess my only fault is we're probably too transparent, and we're showing everything that we want to put out there eventually. You guys, I think multiple people talked about the soccer fields being used this weekend, and wouldn't it be nice to have a little convenience store on the corner, right across from the city park, right across from tanks, National Guard. We got the rodeo grounds out there. We've got soccer fields. I'm surrounded by, I've got 40 acres between me and the Casey's to the north, solid trees. Otherwise, it's all city. I'm not even connected with the Bryan Clock. So, I mean, we've got this big dream, and we want to grow Mitchell. We want to help out, the nursing programs, keep young people in Mitchell, grow tax base. I mean, this will produce a lot of taxes. This will produce a lot of water usage, sewer usage. It's everything we want. It's everything everybody wants. I can't believe I'm fighting so hard for it. My daughter does love walking the trees. It kills her that I take that away from her. But you know what? It makes more sense to have 100 people looking at the lake, enjoying the lake, than just me and my family. And that's how I look at it. And, there's a lot of permitted uses I could do now, and we don't even want to go down that road. And I want nice stuff. I want a park-like feeling, peaceful pines. A grocery store, it might not make it on the corner. I don't even know if I can get anyone to build one there. But, gosh, wouldn't it be nice to have the option to stop there in the morning, grab a coffee, and fill up your vehicle with gas? I've reached out to Brian 3 times, phone calls, 3 times text. I haven't heard nothing. I said, let's get together and talk about this. After the planning and zoning meeting, I said, let's talk about this. Nothing. What? I'm not going to put a shopping mall out there. Let's axe that. I don't care. Car wash, let's axe that. I don't, but I want to make it, if you got 50 people working at a senior living, it'd be kind of nice that they could drive over and get a coffee or, who knows, some sort of lunch. Same way with the National Guard. I've got a brother-in-law that works out there full time. He's like, there's nowhere to eat out there. There's nowhere to grab a coffee. There's nothing out there. And you got Hendrickson, Intertech, the airport, part-time National Guard. So I mean, it just seems like an awesome area for this. This is the right stuff that Mitchell needs. We need to push this stuff. I mean, I don't know what they want to take off. I know.
And Justin, sorry to interrupt. I don't think that we're saying no to those things, but I think that the people are just like, you come forward when it's time, when you're ready to put that convenience store in, just go through. I mean, we'd have it already zoned. Is that correct? It would be in the zoning.
You know, we just did exactly what we were told by the
Yeah.
city.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah. And then I think we added senior living and a few things that we needed out there. I'm not sure, Mark can probably tell you, but I mean, we just went off the city's playbook.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what more do you want from us? I mean,
obviously they're in the zoning code. They're things that are allowable, but I just would like to find a way that we can make the people that are concerned feel like they're going to have a little bit of input. And ultimately, my guess is that if you want to put a convenience store out there, that's going to be something that can happen. But I think maybe they need to see the beginning part of it, and then let's bring them along. And I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying that.
So why?
I'm a consensus builder.
But why? You're going to have senior living on one side, National Guard on the other side, and city land on the other. Why do we fight this stuff?
We're not, and yeah. Once again, I don't know that we're fighting it, but
I mean, why do we even have this conversation? I mean, I don't know if I can get a gas station out there. You know, I used to bale hay where Cabela's was, Walmart was, the bypass. I mean, we baled hay all over. And thank God that stuff got developed for our town. We have these new amenities, new jobs. I mean, at some point you got to say, look at the area. It's kind of an industrial area. We got soccer fields. We got National Guard, rodeo grounds. I mean, it's about the only spot in the lake we can do this. We could try to pass the PUD and just show that senior living in the middle. That's not being very transparent. I think all of you guys have been invited to all the meetings. I mean, Mike came to one, came to a couple, I guess. But I believe I invited everyone. So this is not a big surprise for anyone. Any other questions?
And I hope you do get a gas station out there.
Well,
That'd be pretty cool. But as far as I think though, is it needs, the people have the ability to come in and voice their opinions. If I was sitting here today, I would support a gas station out there. But as a conditional use and not a permitted. So then there's just one more layer. That's the only one I'm kind of hung up on, is a car wash and a convenience store. But I would like to see it there.
Yeah.
But all it's going to do is you're going to, if it's up to me, to go back to the planning commission and just do that process, and people have their ability to say what they want, and then the city council can vote yay or nay.
Yeah, we're in South Dakota. We've got a tight time frame. I don't know, we're going to build it this fall yet is our plan. So I mean, we're trying to keep things moving. That's why when you seen that one lot was annexed, that's what we're doing. We're trying to keep things moving. And I haven't been able to meet with anyone to say what we need to mark off the list, I guess.
And we're not taking it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so this weekend, me and my wife drove up to Brookings, and we sat at the lake, and we were at a convenience store. And yeah, they sold, alcohol there, and they also had food there, and they had a convenience store. And it's like, God, can you imagine if we had something like this out the lake? Be kind of nice. That's why we're cleaning the lake, in my mind.
So what you're asking, just to clarify everything, is you're not saying you want to axe it. You just want to put it into a conditional use later, not affect what's actually happening now in the senior living. So at a later time, when someone wants to say no to a gas station, they have another chance to say no, right?
Right. Because Justin, Marty here. Because obviously, I mean, you're making everything sound great. Trust me. And obviously, me, I'm born and raised in Lake Mitchell, and I've been on the lake quite a bit this last few weeks. I've been telling everybody about your development you're putting out there, and about how there can be a possible convenience store and a gas station, and yes, the hurrah, someone's actually moving out by the lake. Obviously, those that patronize it and stuff like that. But I do also accept that level of the opportunity for those to come speak against things. Now, am I in favor of, like Jeff maybe said, a few other ones? I'm looking forward to this development. However, I think that layer is there for a reason, and there's obviously opposition involved in your project that you have going out there. And I just think if we take a few of these off, because I do believe there's going to be support for them at a later date, but I mean, taking it off and having people have voiced their opinion and come back around, I don't think is a bad thing. And if it's as good as it's supposed to be and as good as the way you're selling it to me, you're going to get the support for it at a later date too. So you as a developer should be able to be okay by saying, hey, let's pull it off. You're right, because it's going to be easy to get back later willingly and work with those other people around there. So I'm sort of on board on taking a few of these off and then coming back around on them and getting the approval.
And when you say taking it off, you mean
moving them to a conditional use. I don't want to take it away from them because I want this all to happen, but I think we need to give the levels of a debate on a few of those items.
Okay, for clarity, which Justin looks like he's ready to chime in here. Can these get changed tonight, just so we don't slow the project down?
Yep, tonight would be the best time to do it, because if you make the change at first reading, you don't have to bring it back for an extra reading. If you do it at second reading and it's a substantial change, then you have to bring it back for an extra meeting.
Do
So
you consider
tonight,
this a substantial change?
oh, I think it definitely would be. Moving it from permitted to conditional, that's a substantial
big deal.
change. Yep.
I have a question for you, young man.
Yes, sir.
As far as the design, if we start pulling this stuff off and say the council doesn't give him a gas station car wash, are you over designing it, hoping to get it, and an expense into the project that he may not end up getting in the end?
Our goal is when we come into these things is that you are accounting for a master plan. So there is a little bit of work that is incurred, a little bit of cost that is incurred up front with our designers to lay this out through engineering, architecture, things like that. And so, yes, the more revisions you make, obviously it incurs more cost. Nothing is free nowadays, unfortunately, as much as a private developer would love that. So it does cause quite a bit of issues as the more revisions we make. And biggest thing I think we've touched on, it truly is the time. We are really hard pressed, obviously, going through this whole process with the city. Again, very appreciative of that, going through the financial aspect with our lender and our investors, which is happening here, and really trying to get this moving forward. And so I think, if everything follows the timeline, which the city laid out really nice for us, we're right after the 4th, we're supposed to be fully approved as far as all the zoning aspects goes. And then that kind of triggers a risk point from a developer's sake to say, all right, we're through this, now we can do this step. And so we do lay out the timeline development very well. We don't make decisions without knowing that we have approvals in place. And so, we look at timelines, as Justin said, we're hoping to be in the ground in October, if not sooner. And so I think the big concern is maybe not necessarily, what's going out on the development. I look at it as more of a process. And so a lot of questions on, well, can we just move this to a conditional use and you can come back and get that? Yes, 100% we could. But my question back then is why? I mean, the process that we're going through now is for exactly that reason. We have laid it out. We've given people a chance through a notice and through public speaking to voice their opinions. We have Justin, being the local champion that he is, fighting for this project, reach out saying, hey, what do you want to move off this list? What do you want to rearrange? What would make you feel more comfortable? And, we haven't been able to get a response from that. And so I challenge you to look at it if we go through this whole process and we come back in a year, if we come back even in a month, what's going to be different than what's here today? And so that's really where I sit is, yes, it offers flexibility, but it's no different. We walk through the city process. Like I said, it's laid out for a reason. They all vary. There's things that you like to do. There's things that you don't like to do, but I don't see that removing these from a permitted use to a conditional use is substantially going to change the process. And I think that's really the biggest argument here is everyone's pro-development, which is great to see. You have communities that aren't. You guys have been excellent to work with, which from our standpoint makes our lives easier. We can go faster because it's corny, but time really is money in our world. We have to get things in because if we don't build in October and we start in November, we incur additional winter costs. I think that was one of the comments that came up earlier in the discussion as things went into the winter, you incurred more cost. And so I think we're offering the max amount of flexibility for us because things change, which is great, but we're also offering that transparency for people to come forward and say, yeah, we don't really think this would work. And again, you have support here on everything that's going out there. I think the biggest argument has been process, and I'm just here to tell you we followed that process to a T. It's been very well laid out for us. Thankful to your city staff. We don't always get that opportunity, so I just want you to take that in consideration as you think about what should be moved or removed, and talk about process and maybe what you gain long term, because I think that's what this whole point is for us. So thank you.
As you talk about your development and what piece you're going to be breaking ground on, and hopefully, is that specific to the senior living care facility, or is there other pieces that you're hoping to break ground on right away?
Yeah, so when we look at the entire development, yes, first and foremost, senior living going to go into the ground. Actively working with JTZ to work on that event venue, engaging with designers, working on plating, all these different components, because, for us, selfishly, the faster you can fill out that development, the better off you are for the senior living. It truly is that case. And so you talk about adding residential housing. Well, if you can tell the already hard to find staff that, hey, we have an apartment quite literally 200 feet away that you can live in for a pretty good rate and work here. And by the way, you can get your gas and get your lunch and things like that. And hey, someday you want to have a wedding or some kind of meeting, you can rent out this venue. So our goal is to put those two pieces in simultaneously, and then also offer the residential component. I can't tell you a specific timeline because things vary, but our immediate goal is to kind of just work your way down the line. As this project comes online, all right, we're jumping on the next one. So the middle of that development will be brought on around the same time with the apartment townhomes, and to the point that Justin made earlier is, ultimately, if we can't find a convenience store, it's not going to go there. I mean, that's going to be, but we want the opportunity to start having those conversations. You go to any of these big convenience store operators and they're like, zoning. I mean, we've heard it. I've been part of other zoning meetings where, gas stations are the Antichrist, and that's not what we're trying to say here. It's, it is an opportunity. You allow the process to go, which we've done, and it gives us the ability to start those conversations and gets us that much further ahead. So if that answers your question.
Justin, just don't go yet. So don't leave.
Yeah, awesome.
But so is a convenience store part of R4 or R3?
I'll pull that up for you here again.
Yeah.
You don't know zoning.
See if I can.
Stephanie's adjusting the heat because it's hot in here, and we're trying to make it cool.
It's conditional use.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it on Stephanie's very quick, but
it's a conditional use. You said, Tim? R4.
It's R4 conditional use.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? And we are zoning this R3.
No. It's PUD, which is planned unit, which means you can basically do whatever you want if it's approved. Not whatever you want, but whatever you want within whatever.
Correct.
So they really could have done a PUD and removed half the stuff and said we're only doing 3 things or whatever. They just get to pick and choose.
I mean, we just got a message from someone in the public just saying, what's the difference between waiting and asking the people later? And we have people here tonight and people who live around there. And you make a good point. What will be different? And I think that Jeff and Marty and I all agree that if it were to come to a vote, that we would vote in favor of a convenience store out there because we can see the validity of that. Mm-hmm. And so I'm sitting here kind of thinking, well, maybe in my opinion, that's a really good point. Yeah. So I would be willing to support this as it is.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer any additional questions. And been in Mitchell a lot lately. I'm happy to meet you individually.
You said Mitchell was the best town you've ever worked with. Is that correct?
It is, honestly.
Okay.
And
I just want to get that for the paper.
Yeah, right. No, exactly. No, you guys have been tremendous to work with, and I don't say that lightly. I get into some larger communities and even smaller, similar size from a population standpoint, where it is pulling teeth in these meetings just to get. To me, it's common sense. That's okay. That's what I do every day, and that's what I love. But you do have to fight through all the technical. And I get there is black and white. There's rules for a reason. And I said we do pride ourselves on following those rules to a T and working with the communities to say, what do you want? What's the best approach? We go down that path, and ultimately it leads us here. And so we do try our best to put our best foot forward, to think of every different angle, every single question that a city council member might have, every question that a neighbor might have, and hopefully mitigate it on the front end so that we can keep going and have those conversations because we have the approval in our back pocket. Without the approval, it does become hard to have those
So
conversations.
I do have another question from someone in the public who's not here. They wondered if we need to obtain certificates of need for senior living home. I'm sure that you guys, because you've done this.
Yeah, we're licensed to the Department of Health, and so we get our license through them. So there's a gajillion different classifications. Specifically in Mitchell, if you guys require another certificate, I certainly would probably think we need to obtain that. Typically, it's just a certificate of occupancy. Sometimes it's a rental license, things like that, and that just kind of unfolds as the closeout of that project happens. But yeah, we can't open without those licenses. So.
Yeah, I like that. If you're going to vote yes later, might as well just vote yes now.
Well, I just want to think back to, I did go to their investor meeting, and these investors are under the understanding, and I don't think they got the cart in front of the horse. They're under the understanding that this is what Justin and Kirk and the boys have laid out, and they've chosen either to invest or not. And I don't think that it's fair that we're going to take it off the table for them, because that might be part of the reason why they think it's going to be so successful, because it's going to become its own little community where it can somewhat sustain itself. You really don't even need to come down anymore. If you need gas for coffee or marshmallows for s'mores, they're probably going to have them at the convenience store. I think someone that recently built something on a lake, I think it's going to be super cool just to go over there and get gas, especially with the road construction the way it is, come back to town. And I just think that I do not want to tie the developer's hands. We've got to quit doing that.
I like it.
Thank you.
With the trend in zoning, for a lot of cities, mixed use is the way to go. Look at no commercial property in an area. Look, not dogging on the Woods Edition at all. I live over in that neighborhood. Where's the closest spot to go get a cup of coffee? Arnie's. How far away is that? What's the next closest? Casey's. Paul Gronwig is just putting up 12 sixplexes, and he's using the bottom the bottom floor on one of them to put a coffee shop in, because that's what the people around that area that are living there will want to have. They're just doing this in the forefront instead of in the back end.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion, right? And we do have opposition to this, and
I think we already have a motion in a second.
Well, we do already. Oh, we do. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I still would like to see just the two pulled out of the permitted and put into the conditional.
So
we already have a motion in a second. Do we vote on that?
If there was a motion to amend it, that would be handled before the main motion. So if you want to make a motion to amend, Jeff, that one would be handled
Well, I'm
before
going to give it a shot, and we'll see what happens then. So I'm going to vote to approve this ordinance with the change.
You're motioning to amend the ordinance.
Amend the original motion.
So no, Jeff, it'd be a separate motion to amend, and then you would state the items that you want to change.
Okay. The only items I would change is pull out the car wash and the convenience store and put them in conditional use.
And just so we know the consequences of that, can you go over that again, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah. So if this motion passes, you would move those two items into the conditional use category. And then after this, we'd then have the motion to place it on first reading as amended, if it passes. If it doesn't pass, then you go back to the main motion that's already on the table, which is to put it on first reading as is.
Jeff, you want?
I'm gonna, before we get more, I'm gonna second Jeff's motion, just the fact of moving them over there. Then we can do more discussion, so. Sort of.
You're okay with the gas station, but not a convenience store. So if the gas station sells candy bars, they can't do that? So I mean, I've been to very few gas stations that don't have convenience products for sale. So to say that you don't want a convenience store, but a gas station's okay, doesn't make sense to me.
So that would be like Rob's Shortstop. Rob's doesn't have, used to be Rob's Shortstop. That's a convenience store.
Okay. What you're saying, John, is a fuel service station?
Is the same as it. It's going to have a convenience.
Steph.
And if they have a gas station and they offer candy bars, you're going to close them because they're
Well, we're not closing anything.
Well, no, you're not allowing it.
Oh.
You're not allowing, but if the
I
gas
see what you're
station
saying.
that gets open offers candy bars, you're gonna go in there saying.
And so what you're saying is
It's hard to tell them you could have a gas station, but you can't have a convenience
right.
store.
So the fuel service station.
And
should be
we're just
included.
getting the definitions pulled up for you so you guys know
Okay.
what you're talking about here.
Talking about candy bars. So does this put the timeline back 2 weeks? Would this be considered a substantial change?
You can make substantial changes tonight without delaying the timeline. You can't do it at next meeting. So if you did it at next meeting, you'd have to bring it back for another one.
Okay. Time kills deals, so.
That's what he said.
Are we yes or no on the candy bars?
Any building premises.
So,
Retail sale.
so just for anybody that can't see up there, fuel dispensing station, any building or premises which provides for the retail sale of fuel for motor vehicles or oil, no automobile repair work or sale of auto accessories or testing may be done. And fuel service stations, any building or premises used for the retail sale of liquefied petroleum products for the propulsion of motor vehicles, and including such products as kerosene fuel, a few other things there, motor vehicle accessories, and other items customarily associated with the sale of such products, and for the rendering of service and making adjustments and replacements to motor vehicles as incidental to other services rendered.
And to John's point, I would take that to the next step, which is the car wash, because if you have a fuel station, and it's a self-serve car wash, that very often you have a fuel station that also sells candy bars, and in addition may have a self-service car wash associated with it. So again, I feel like those three almost become a one issue thing. Like it will be hard to say you can't.
Hold on a second.
Something popped on my computer.
At least it was something like that.
That the gas station may have a car wash and it may sell candy bars.
Yeah. So
Those two
Justin, can I?
How many people are opposed to the car wash? I just want to know.
Assume you're talking to the audience.
Who are you talking to us?
Anybody? Yeah.
Oh,
one or two.
I'm not opposed to anything.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Just
I think the difference is it's not opposition to the concept. It's about giving people the due process. Like this, when it made the paper, was presented as a senior living facility, and I think everyone in Mitchell is on board with that concept. What was not properly discussed or brought to the public's light is all of the other amenities that this location is going to have. I personally think they're all great. I think they're all going to be fantastic. It's just about giving that proper due process to the people of Mitchell.
So before
I wasn't trying to explain myself.
So before we move forward, then, Justin, the two I mentioned, can I also then include fuel dispensing station and fuel service station?
Certainly.
And then, if you're comfortable, Marty, or not?
Yeah, I'll second your amendment.
The amendment.
Someone's keeping track of that?
Yes, I'll second your amendment to the amendment.
How many amendments are we going to make? All right. Back to the podium.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Martin, and I just have a quick question. Would someone describe to me what a fuel dispensing station is? I mean, do we have automobiles coming here, or do we have trucks, commercial trucks coming? I don't know. What kind of a station are we really talking about? Because I think that the people that live close there might not like those trucks, coming around. But I certainly would like to see a fuel station there. It'd be handy for me, but maybe not for the people next door. If we could just, keep it just to automobiles, I think it'd be fantastic. I don't know how you do that. I was just wondering. So, don't have a clue.
I'm Justin Teasy again. Our intention was never to make it a truck stop. It's going to be hard enough to get a gas station in there because of the traffic. But I am talking with a couple guys local that want to put a gas station out there. And, if you guys could, exempt that, I guess you kind of put the nail in the coffin for that. They don't want to come up here and do what I'm doing right now. They don't want to argue that they want to do a gas station next to a senior living, next to a event venue. If you want to take out car wash, take it out. Nobody's going to put a car wash out there. I think that just went with the gas station. And I'm open to getting rid of some stuff. Just someone needs to tell me what. But it's not going to be a gas station because I've got people that want to put a gas station there.
So are you saying that you wouldn't come back to ask for a conditional use permit if we asked for that to be put if we asked for these to be moved? You don't think they would come and ask for a conditional use permit?
I'm going to tell them no. Because I'm going to say, you guys don't want to have to argue.
You know what? No one's saying no, though, Justin.
Yeah, but
That's
you
the
are.
thing.
You are.
We're really not.
But why are we saying no to it at all? It looks great. I mean,
Again.
we're building houses north Lake, they call it, I think, where they're putting all that water and sewer in. What is there, like 300 houses supposed to go there in the future? On the corner there, right across from the airport. It just makes sense to have 50 employees there and have a place for them to grab something to eat. I could almost live with convenience store over a gas station because it's going to be hard to get someone to put a gas station there. I want a gas station there. I live out there. I want a gas station out there. But you're making it harder for people to start businesses and grow by putting it as a, down at the bottom of the list. That's the truth. Generally people don't want to, have sleepless nights and worry about what's going to happen and have to talk to all the neighbors and make calls and nobody calls them back. That's what I'm dealing with. I guess you got any questions? I would be okay if the opposition came up and said, tell me what you don't want.
Prison? I'll take a gas station where I'm at. Gladly.
Tell us what you want.
You'll have to come up here. If you want to talk, you'll have to come up here. I think.
Yeah, sorry.
That's what he wants.
Brian Casey. No, so Justin, instead of pushing back on us and say, tell us what you don't want, then tell us what's important to you. Give us your list.
That is your list. That's the list right there.
If you show
But that's a canned list.
They made that list.
Can you show them that picture, Stephanie, of the drawing?
Sorry, I'm slow.
If you look at that, so you've got the gas station, convenience store on the corner, senior living, the event venue, and an apartment complex.
So we have alcohol sales.
Yeah, for the event venue and the gas station.
So that's that a liquor store?
Well, I wouldn't call it a liquor store. I'd call it a gas station. Every gas station, a lot of gas stations in town have on-off liquor, beer.
In the event venue, I don't see an event venue really fitting in with a senior living center, a wedding hall, or those things operate fairly late at night. They can get pretty noisy.
Well, we did pass one in the city limits not too long ago, and there's city ordinances where you can't have it after a certain time, outside music and stuff like that. I don't know the times, but and we keep calling it an event venue because there might be someone who has a 100-year birthday over there and they want to go over there and have their party at the event venue. That's what we want.
Well, and I know, and this is part of when I said I was representing Brian at Vanessa Clock, is that was one of their sore points.
Was the event venue?
It's a little confusing to me because I thought that this was really the first reading now. I know we had the meeting in the planning committee and Brian was in there and Brian and Justin were very engaged back and forth, but yet My understanding in that meeting was they really weren't there to change anything. They were there to simply move it forward to this venue. But now we're in this venue and we're being told that we've got to make these decisions tonight or it could delay. Well, I think that's too short a notice. I think Brian and Vanessa Clark need to get back. I think people need to hear the minutes of this meeting, and I think they need to give some feedback to the council. And I think that would be the due process. That would be the right way to handle this.
I think we are following due process and following the way the city ordinance is set. So this is exactly the same process everyone follows.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So did I hear you wanting to take the event venue off of it?
Brian does, yes.
We can't keep restricting people like this. Nobody will want to come to our community.
You guys got any other questions before I sit down?
No, the only other thing I was going to mention, Justin, is if this does pass and you have someone come forward for the conditional use, we have had special meetings. If it's you're under the gun to try to get ground broke, we do it, not sessions, special council meetings. So if the planning commission does vote it in, we'll find enough people to have a special meeting to keep this thing going as quick as possible.
So what is it that you want to take off? Gas station, convenience store?
Well, right now the motion is the car wash, convenience center, fuel dispensary, and fuel service station has been removed. Not removed. Moved to conditional use.
Conditional.
That's the current motion on the table.
I've heard twice tonight that the soccer field's got lots of usages this weekend. It just blows my mind that we went on a gas station there when I got some people that are really close to putting one there. And with the rodeo grounds there and different things. Ultimately, it's your guys' choice.
I'd like to use a Brian Clock quote here. You were at the chamber banquet, right? Do you remember what Brian Clock's quote was? We can't what if ourselves to death. We need to what if ourselves to life. About bringing businesses to town. I wish he was here to give that speech. Okay.
I don't have a problem with the gas station convenience store in that lot 1. And you want to put that on hold? You don't want to okay it? You want to have them reapply as a conditional use? Is that the motion?
Yep. Yeah, he wants to put in a conditional use and have them come back for approval on those individual items. That is correct. So we're not saying no.
What would change?
So I guess just to be clear, to make sure everybody knows what they're voting on, the current motion would be to move the convenience store, the car wash, the fuel dispensing station, and the fuel service station into conditional use category. That's the motion right now.
To answer your question, what would that change? That means if someone wants to bring a fuel station, they would have to come back and do the same thing we're doing right now at a later time.
Yes and no.
They would have to, if they had a conditional use, they'd have to still come back here and do this.
We're doing a zoning hearing. That's Board of Adjustment.
Got it. Well, still same thing. So, kind of similar. Similar but different, Mark. All the rules.
Very similar process.
Okay. Okay. Has everyone got enough information to make a vote on the amended first reading ordinance?
Yeah. You might want to.
This is to approve the amendment with whatever was withdrawn. Everyone smile. They're taking a lot of pictures over there. Just kidding.
One other thing. Yes, Stephanie, do you want to do it?
So
just another thing to keep in mind with conditional uses, those do require a 6-vote approval. 6 votes in favor to approve a conditional use. So that's another thing to keep in
majority at a
mind.
later time. Just remember, See if that makes it easier for someone later. Okay. Any other questions before we vote? Let's do a roll call. That sounds more fun. Yep.
Sharps.
No.
Smith.
Aye.
Savers.
No.
Goldammer.
No.
Dosher.
No.
McCardle.
No.
Barrington.
Aye.
Bathke.
No.
So the amended vote fails. So no, I guess I would entertain a motion to go back to the original.
So we already had that motion on the table. If there's no other motions, then you'd go back to that original motion to put it on first reading as is.
I am glad you're here to tell me all the rules. Everyone's dropping everything. It's getting exciting. Okay, so let's do a roll call on the original amendment, which is what was originally brought here. Is that correct?
Yep, first reading as it was originally presented.
Perfect. Okay. Roll call.
Savers.
Aye.
Goldammer.
Aye.
Dosher.
Aye.
McCardle.
Aye.
Barrington.
No.
Bathke.
Aye.
Sharps.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries as the original ordinance. Okay. Now that everyone's softened up. Yes, get a gas station here. Yes, everyone gets a punch card. All right, presentation on the schematic design for the Corn Palace renovation. Are we taking a little recess or? Okay, we're gonna wait just a minute for it to quiet down. We're gonna do a little 30-second recess. Robin, you got 4 minutes.
All right, 4. I was going to say, wow. My name's Robin Miller. I'm from Sioux Falls. I represent Schemmer Associates, and it sounds like I'm really on reverb. Is that coming through loud and clear? Okay. I just want to thank you for this opportunity to sit through about 2 hours worth of meetings. I appreciate those of you that stuck around. At first I thought, oh, Robin's talking, everybody's going to leave. So thanks for coming back. When I ran through this with what I'm calling a design committee, the group of people that were assigned to me to work with to come up with a concept plan, it took about an hour and 20 minutes. So I asked, how do I cut this down? They said, try to run it for about 20. So I'm already earning some of my 20 minutes. So somewhere between 6 and 20, I'll try to rush through this. We're not asking for a vote. You hired Schemmer Associates to do a study, actually a schematic design. It's a slightly different terminology. In architecture, schematic design says you work through a series of schemes for improving the Corn Palace. You give us directions. During those concepts, schematics, we talk about what are the pros and cons of some of the options and how can we make option 1 or 2 is what we started with. How do we make them better or worse, less money, more money, all those kind of things kind of factor into it. And eventually we come back with one idea for the schematic design, which is what I propose for today. If you were to go forward, we would ask for you to consider this down the road, contemplate a contract with an architect engineering firm to go forward with what's called design development, which means you take that concept, you get an opportunity again to kind of feed in almost like a PD, where you say, wait a minute, we see what you have here, but we need to make some refinements to the schematic design. Okay? We take that concept through design development. The engineers get more heavily involved in a design development stage. We can refine our estimates. Then if you like the design development stage, our contract would tell you to go forward with construction documents, the contract documents that give to a contract how to bid, how to build, how to construct. So what I'm going to walk through today is kind of how we got there. So you've got obviously the world's only Corn Palace, and what I handed out a 52-page report that is now online, or should be online soon for you all to see. Within that report, a couple things that I'd like to reiterate. This building, Corn Palace, is 105 years old. It was rebuilt, majorly rebuilt. The roof, structure. It used to have underground, below grade, 14 feet below the existing grade, men's and women's restrooms, smoking rooms, coat rooms, tunnels. I got to crawl one of the tunnels that still remains, and it stopped before you got to where your stage is right now. In 1960, they took that roof down, they rebuilt everything. I don't know if those restrooms are still, actually when I was in the tunnel, I wanted to go see what was there, and I couldn't get there. They might be still there in some degree. They've been filled in. In the 60s, they added a new chase down the middle underneath the basketball court, and they abandoned some side chases for mechanical equipment, and they added your stage and everything behind there in a series of additions. So what we look at, what you're existing, it's basically at least 60 years old, almost everything in the main component of the Corn Palace, especially your mechanical electrical equipment. It's dying, and it needs to be replaced, whether you do anything architecturally, move forward or not. You've got costs involved in your mechanical electrical systems. Your sight lines aren't great. I know you're putting in new soft seats. If we do an addition, our challenge was to come up with better sight lines. So what you have right now is a 2-story building inside of a 3-story space. And if you go into your Corn Palace and you look up to the west wall and you see those big balconies up there, we can get seating that high and take advantage of that volume and really do some fun things. So our goal, there we go, work on 2 schematic design concepts that consider one of the options is minimum amount of downtime. Now, if we start taking everything down from the proscenium opening going back to the east, Stephanie, you might even want to go 3 slides ahead of this. There we go.
Next slide.
There we go. I know. You're doing great. So we had our tasks, and what we just kind of skipped over, it's in the report, but our tasks you gave us for design concepts. We started this, actually, this concept right here is before we were actually hired. We were thinking we need to do the elevator. You just have to do that. It's unserviceable as it sits. It needs to be repaired before they're willing to work on it again. You have about 11,000, this is gross square feet, 11,005. We thought you could get on the ground floor another 6,800 square feet, and at an upper level, about 5,700 square feet of usable space. My concept at that point was retractable seats on ground floor and at the upper floor. So it's about a 50% increase in event floor space, and about, with that upper seating, 5,700 extra square feet, we were able to get, I thought, at that time, I was going to tuck mechanical, electrical, structural, all the new utilities, because your existing utility room is out there, kind of where that X is shown. It's a little south of that X, but it's in an area where all that really old equipment sits, and it's not in great shape, and it fuels all the boilers and all the air handling to the entire corn palace. So if we take that down to expand, we need to find a way to replace that. So the idea is either we replace it by continuing in Corn Palace, kind of the north and the south walls, and just going east until we can encompass everything you want in this plan, which means as we knock down that utility room, we determined that you'd be down for about 18 months without a Corn Palace, without use of a Corn Palace. So there's a drawback, but it's a faster and probably less costly option than the one we finally came up with. But the other option is, what if we could build to the north of your existing facility new mechanical electrical rooms and find a way to service all of your existing mechanical and electrical within the existing Corn Palace, and then rebuild everything to the east? Yes, to the east. So we're playing with two options. One probably costs more and probably takes a little longer, but you have no downtime or very limited downtime. You'll be able to use the Corn Palace throughout. The other option is you're down about 18 months, a little bit faster. We determined about 3 or 4 months faster, and probably a little less cost. So those are the two options we weighed with. So let's go to the next couple. Just that one. This will give you an idea. If you're looking at the proscenium opening, everything inside that red line we plan to take down. So we'll leave your structure, we'll leave the sidewalls. Out to the stage opening, we'll take the rest down. So your seats on the west side are kind of low slung seats. We call it rake or sight lines. They're a little low, and they're designed for a raised stage. So if we take that stage down, it doesn't really change your sight lines. Where your sight lines don't work right now are at the existing basketball court. If you sit in any of those seats and you look at the basketball court, you can't see the touch lines, the sidelines on either end of the court. If somebody's sitting in front of you, you might not see much of the game because they're designed for looking at a stage. So in those particular seats, the future design needs to accommodate a stage, and we've talked about a portable stage that can be set anywhere in the new floor footprint, but not a permanent stage that gets in the way of flexibility of a usable floor space. And really what we're looking for is to maximize floor space and gain seating. If you look at the bottom drawing, it gives you an idea of the proscenium opening, the stage, the locker rooms, and all the support function that's behind the stage. And those are the two areas we're looking at taking down. And while we're at it, we've been given a task. Let's retain all the corn murals we can. Let's find places for them. Let's maximize the Corn Palace and the history of this Corn Palace. So go to the next slide. Gives you an idea of what we're trying to save or take out. So in the bottom right image shows us what we would take down. There's outside utilities. There's inside utilities. There's a storage receiving area. That overhead garage door goes into the mechanical room I'm talking about that has all the really old equipment in it. And then, of course, if we take the stage wall down, we want to try to save those corn murals, reuse them if we can, or obviously come up with new. Next slide. So kind of we looked at just this one to say everything that's shaded in here, let's just rework all of that because it doesn't function very well. It's not on level. It's not very ADA accessible. Some of it isn't. Old equipment, locker rooms, things that don't work very well. You have basically the equivalent of one basketball court and, like I said, 11,000 gross square feet, somewhere around 7,500 net is what, if we took circulation out and around from all of that. So we want to maximize floor space by expanding to the east and replacing those components. Next slide. This would give us an idea of what we were thinking at the time, early on, was retractable seats where the stage is. And then another set of seats behind them, but what this is showing on the ground floor, mechanical, electrical, and restrooms. And then it would have had permanent seats over the top of it. That's where we were thinking we started with. This particular plan, when we tried to put everything into this concept, it rapidly got out of hand and it went basically across Lawler. The reason that happened is we said if that upper floor should also have retractable seats. Well, if we do retractable seats, I can't put mechanical and electrical under all of that. So let's go to the next slide and give you a general idea where we're headed. What we eventually came, this is the schematic design concept that we're asking you to consider. You can see the red line differentiating the difference between your existing roof line and your new roof line. You can tell that it extends to Lawler, and there's that two-story bump right there. That's your mechanical electrical rooms. That'll allow us to put air handling equipment up and over into the truss space and feed the entire corn fallows from above with air handling. From your existing mechanical equipment, we'll eventually replace that as well, but that's after we get this new component built. We'll replace your existing air handling. That air handling will handle your existing, what I call it, the east half of the corn palace, the front stage and the soft seating area, while the new air handling equipment will handle from basically the end of the basketball court and all the addition. But there's also all new electrical and mechanical systems, plumbing and everything. Say that again? For the new handle? We will put in new that will handle and already power up and replace the existing side, and then we can put in new that will handle the new side. So we need to keep you operational. I'll show you how we do that. Next slide. So in the red is what we eventually will rebuild or take down and rebuild. But what you see up above there are a bunch of dark lines. They represent, starting from the right-hand side of the slide, that's an outdoor utility area. Next to that, you can see a few dashed lines right there. That's our new mechanical electrical room. Above that, a room that we knocked out is you have an outdoor storage equipment room that is chock full. You can't get through that room of equipment for your courtyard and for around the space. So we can replace that and give you a couple doors so you can access it a little better. Then we show below there is those are locker rooms. If we knock down everything in red, you have no locker rooms. You can't have a basketball game or any other competitive sport. So you need some locker rooms. So we need to give you some new locker rooms in phase one. Left of those is extending your entry or your north entry out to the parking lot. And left of that is a loading area that finally brings your freight elevator that serves the lower level of the city hall outside and then back into the corn palace. So you're always taking equipment in and out of the building. This would be a new, small, not huge loading area, but a new loading area for staging from the freight elevator back into the corn palace. In this case, we build a new wall across the south side of that addition until we get past the existing facility, and then we jog it down just a little bit. So that's all designed to pick up future construction as we next phase, the next slide, take down everything that was in red before, leaving you a large open space. Some of that has old crawl space under it. It's amazing what's underneath there. I got to crawl spider webs and all. It's kind of exciting. So a couple questions have come up in this phase. Obviously, by now should have replaced or repaired the elevator. How do you get out of those locker rooms through that new construction zone and into the one remaining basketball court? So, by putting a temporary wall in the left or the west locker room, we can exit out of the right-hand locker room through the front portion of the left locker room, through the entry and into the stage, so everything can remain operational during construction. So the next slide, go ahead, you're doing great. How am I doing time? 15 minutes left? I'm over 4? Okay, this is a tough one, but it's not that hard. We show your existing basketball court. On either end of that is where your bleachers pull out now. A whole another new floor area, so you've about doubled the space on ground floor. And on the right-hand side, there's some different lines. They represent bleachers pushed back. Just to the right of that is a kind of shaded hallway. That's an 8-foot wide corridor. That is a semi-private corridor that serves men's and women's locker rooms as your home team locker rooms. Coach's room, physical therapy, referees, they're all on that private corridor. So now, if you look at this whole plan, you can see on the north and the south side of the entire Corn Palace, and on the east and west side, there's a way to walk around in the public and enjoy the entire Corn Palace. And we put all your lockers, those kind of private, semi-private spaces in the middle. People just walk around and they hardly know they're there. So as they go around to the east side of this building, excuse me. Got a couple custodial rooms, men's and women's restrooms, and we were able to add, at request, a concession area. So this concessions may or may not, but I think it might solve. I just saw in the paper here, contemplating somebody wants to enhance your concessions. Maybe this is part of your solution. To the right of that, we've created, well, let's go all the way to the exterior wall. That's that 3-story wall. So what we did is we stayed away from it far enough that you could get a forklift all the way up that wall 3 stories through an atrium space and do 3 stories of corn mural inside that you can observe from those stairs that are 5 feet away from that exterior wall. As you go up from ground floor to second floor to a 3rd level, you can observe 3 stories of interior corn murals. You can get them up, you can make them permanent, and you should never have to redo, well, never, but for 60 years, let's leave those there.
I'm trying to get a vision of that. Is there a picture in here?
Yeah, we're going to get there, but probably not as great as you want, but let's find out. So, but it gets you all the way around, I know, and there's an elevator and an opening. Let's go to, that's the first, second floor. Second floor is shaded. If you get up on second floor right now, you'll walk from your second floor seating, and you won't get very far. You'll get to about the point where there's a little announcer's step-down booth in there. We want to take that out, and we want to take out the wall that blocks you from going farther down on the north or the south side of this facility. Inside of there are some pipes and some ductwork. That all gets redone in the new plan. So you'll be able to walk on second floor, again, all the way around the building. So our new second floor is shaded. And what it's also starting to show on second floor is some what I call loge seating. So there's north and south of the basketball court. This is Justin's idea. So Jordan, sorry. I'm in trouble. I got a no vote. Your mayor had this idea of, we used to have loge seats. Why don't we put some loge seats back in there so you'll gain a couple hundred seats. But the second floor, to give you a general idea, you could throw a couple pickleball courts in there, but it's a whole nother level of event floor space. You could put bleachers that will retract against the right-hand wall. Behind, yes, right there, that's the wall. Behind that wall are men's and women's restrooms, another commons area, the stairs coming up and down, the atrium space, the elevator, and the exterior wall of the building. You go to third. Oh, okay, not to third yet. Good. So this gives you an idea. The upper drawing shows you the retractable seats that you already have, and above that are the new low seats. So it'll leave your walkway all in place, the full width of the existing walkway, and we can get 3 rows of seats down and get the code-required clearance underneath there for your bleachers. And you look back to this very early 1920s or before it was remodeled in the 60s for sure. They did have something like that at that time. I don't think they could walk behind them, but they were there. So it's kind of reminiscent of that same idea. Okay, moving on. This gives you an idea of the walk path, the orange, the bright orange. On the right-hand side where the bright orange kind of kicks back, well, in fact, along that whole walk path gains you exposure on ground and second floor. On the right-hand side where those oranges kick back a little bit, that's where you can do the 2-3-story full-height murals against that back wall. The lighter red lines are primary walls for donor exhibit space fundraising. So along the front of those loge seats, you could do ticker tape of some kind and run all kinds of advertising. On the back wall behind the second level where you might be able to, where you could have retractable seats, you can do on the front of the retractable seats or on the wall, a full wall of great displays for your donors, and even on the other side of that. So as people walk around, they're able to experience an awful lot of additional display and donor space. Next slide. We get to third floor. This is still showing you the full output of the full plan, but what happens on third is a gray area. So as the roof starts coming down, we start losing space on the sides. So I'm showing a little bit more of a floor than you'd actually see in a plan if you cut a third floor plan. I don't know that it matters, but what you could gain up on this floor is some fixed loge seats that would extend down and over the retractable seats on second floor, and a full service area for high-end, like a commons and high-end donor seats, and then the murals that extend all the way up through third floor. And you can see the stairs to the left of the murals kind of all those horizontal little lines, are stairs going down both directions past the corn murals. And right in the middle is the elevator that got all the way to third floor. And because the elevator always has an overrun, your roof continues to peak up and it fits underneath the roof line. So we don't have an even elevator shaft sticking up out the top of your building.
So those murals, going back to that,
Yes.
those are visible from the interior.
Yes.
So it would be similar to what we've done on the west side, where
Yes.
you've got the balcony, and then you would be able to view those corn murals fully. I see, now I have a vision.
You're getting it? Okay. I wish I had a better drawing. We need a drawing, and well, the stairs are kind of in the way, and so how do I show you the whole thing? But you're getting, thank you. Okay, next slide. Where are we? Oh, I'm behind you. That's good. We haven't decided retractable seats, but there's all kinds of options. There's retractable seats that have just the seat, retractable seats that have bench backs, and retractable seats that are all fully cushioned. So at some point, we're going to make an option on second floor. What kind of retractable seats would you like to do? You may not. That could be an option in a set of plans. You don't have to price that right away. So next slide. So what I call the design committee made me come up with this. There's a lot of numbers, but here's what you get. The new west side seats, the ones that are not even in yet, you will have 1,538 seats. If you use the retractable seats that I showed on both ends of the court, you have 164 on each end of the court, so you'll have a total of 1,866 seats, not counting that event floor area. Added capacity, fixed on the north and south loge seats, and the east and third level loge seats add that other almost 300 seats, and then the retractable seats on first and second add 1,064 and 472. New seats, 1,828 only. We removed the bleachers from your stage, so you lost 752. So you could get that additional flexible floor area. Your net gain is 1,000 seats, or 2,942 total. And I'd give that with a little asterisk by it. Always the final count comes from the seat manufacturer, so it's going to be within, I don't know, 10 seats.
How'd you come up with that number? Sorry to interrupt. It says total existing seats.
Doesn't it add up?
Well, total existing seats is 1866, but that doesn't count the stage. So you should add 1866 plus 752, right?
You could, yes, existing.
You could.
I took them out. I'm taking them out right away. So existing seats doesn't count the 752. I didn't count the stage at all. But I know that you're. Oh, maybe you do. Yeah,
I'm doing a little math here.
Add another 752 seats into there, right? You might have caught me.
Mm-hmm.
Underperforming here. I'm sorry. That'd run it up to 3,600, 3,700 seats.
3,700?
Yeah, if you put those 752 back in.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So our total number of seats would be?
Looks like it's 3,600. I need to amend my report.
2942 plus 752.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice work. Jordan always catches me on. I had a picture of the electrical stuff underneath City Hall.
Well,
It's
I
that's
can do
not,
my research.
That's not that. Who knows what he's. Good work.
So 2942 plus 752.
Yeah.
690 what? 4. That's a little more.
I was going to say
that's a little more attractive number for you, Robin.
I love it. I was going to say we almost doubled your seating. We more than doubled your amount of seating under this concept. So next slide. Let's hope I did this right now. Gross floor areas. I did this existing, new, and total across first floor, second floor, third floor. So right now we came up with 41,360. New is 3,500. Total is almost 77,000.
You want me to check these numbers, Robin?
Yeah, you don't have to. I only got 4 minutes. Remember, I'm almost up.
You know, I was just kidding about that.
Everybody checked me later because I thought I had this. I'm so in. Okay, so we have to analyze the square feet.
Is that in here? This information?
Yes, it's all in that. You got the 52-page version. These are just images taken out of that 52-page version that I'm ad-libbing.
And I will add both of those, the full booklet as well as the presentation to the agenda, so people can see that tomorrow if they want to look at it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, so the square foot analysis Existing event floor, you got 7,500. We're going to add 12,500. You're talking about a 2.7 times increase over what you already have. There's a couple different ways to look at that number, but existing support spaces, which I'm calling everything else, circulation, restrooms, commons, everything else, existing 3,300, new support spaces 2,300. So you can see the ratio of floor or event floor area to building goes down considerably in your addition. Next slide. I'm moving fast. Check my numbers later. You don't have time.
No, well, I check them first.
Yeah, I know.
Check them later.
Send them over. I'll just say they're probably all wrong. Check on. No, they should be good. Yeah. Okay, so now you got interior signage and sponsorships options, and really this probably doesn't show them all, but essentially what happens is we're trying to show in that upper plan, looking north in the new addition, looking north. You can see your existing garage door needs to stay in place to be able to load from the new loading dock into the floor. But above that, we've got those new loge seats. It doesn't show very well, but on the front of that could be that ticker tape.
That what?
The ticker tape display.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Sponsored the banks that sponsor you and, buy beer at or whatever you want to put on there. Your mayor's name is Jordan.
Candy bar sales.
Yeah, it's candy bar sales. That's a good place to put them. But you can corn murals and advertising. So on the right-hand side, what we tried to show you is that 3-volume space for murals. What you want to stay above, we think, door height. But the rest of that space, you could do murals. So if you look, the bottom is looking south. It also gives you a little bit of an idea on the difference of the seats. So you see those upper loge seats on, say, on the right-hand side of the upper drawing? See how much higher those seats are than the ones way over to the left, your existing soft seats? So in order to get that feel, you need to get permission and a key and ask somebody to take you up to that balcony where they used to have follow spots for your stage and take a look at what that view is from up there. It's phenomenal. And that's why you want to go higher sight line, better sight lines with a higher rake and get all the way up to that upper level and take advantage of the volume all the way up into the middle of this facility. You got a lot of wasted volume up there. It's a good place for a scoreboard and nothing else really. So go to the next one, gives you an idea of looking. This one is looking, the top one is looking at the new addition to the east. You'll see all the retractable seats, the loge seats kind of on the right and left, your bleacher seats on ground floor on the right and left, but up above them on your second floor, up above railing height, you've got a great area to put a whole lot of sponsors in there. And even up higher, you could do some sponsor spaces. Another advantage we have is we made sure we stayed 8 feet away from your ceiling. So I know when I did the 2021 study or whatever, I have a picture of me standing like this with my head hitting your ceiling up on the second level of seats that you have now. These seats, even though they'll go another level higher, don't hit the ceiling. You've got that much volume to use. So more sponsor space. Give you an idea, I'm not selecting blue as your color. We just did that to maybe distinguish between the potential sponsor spaces. This is looking towards the new addition. You can see the loge seating on the sides. If we turn around, looking at your existing, it's pretty blurry. I'm sorry it's blurry, but that one. You get a better idea of how the loge seating works with the circulation space behind it, so you can display more Corn Palace information. But even behind you where we show the word sponsor, it could be considerably bigger than that because you've got all that extra wall space. May as well use it.
I gotta stop you just real quick. Look at how awesome them blue seats look.
Oh, come on.
I know.
I knew he was going to say that.
I was doing, we got to change this color. Well, the contrast is good, so we left it. There's a guy, you can also, Susan, you can see on the front of those upper second level loge seats, you can see that orange there. That's where I think that ticker tape, streaming information can be running across there.
I love this so much.
Well, we're good. Thank you. So next seat, there you are. So you can see again what we're looking at. You can even see some ductwork over the top of your stage that somehow ties in above your existing Corn Palace up into the roof structure. So that's part of what we have to redo. But when we take down that west wall, before we take it down, we want to infill your stage opening. So that'll stay until we're ready to open up the big addition. So they'll have construction on one side of the wall. You can stay active on the other side of the wall. What you'll lose is the stage and the stage seating. Well, quite a bit of those other spaces behind. But remember, we'll have a new mechanical system, 2 locker rooms. That was a requirement to stay open. And we take the rest of this down. So next slide. This is as we continue your wall all the way to Lawler. We need exits. So eventually we said, we could put a little vestibule under the stairs as they go up. So there's a kind of 1-story space, not great for corn murals. Let's put an entry there. And then we put some whether real or fake windows on the second level. Those could look like windows to the outside. They can be opaque with a wall behind them and more corn mural. If you think we have too much corn mural, we could let that light shine through. So we have it. This is schematic still. We put some murals on. I've heard, oh my God, we don't want to do more corn murals and have to change all of them every year. So I think the next slide has an idea. I think you need to have a national competition. And you'd offer this as a starting point. I mean, a little more than this. We'd tell them, here's your walls, here's your spaces. We might want to make it out of brick. We can order up the brick. Something like what's up above. You tell us what colors and how many, and you come up with what you want to do for a mural and show us. We did this for a competition for a logo for a company that we started up and then closed down. We were going to get into construction, and it turns out contractors are miracle workers, and I don't want to do construction. But we tried it. I think we offered $250 for a logo, and we had more competition. I couldn't believe anybody would do it for $250. You have a donor that wants to do that and do a permanent wall. Let's do those in permanent finish instead of something that you have to change every year. So you can change what you're already changing, maybe make the rest of it permanent, part of the exterior finish. Okay, you can do the next one. This is coming around the other side. We didn't do a great job, I don't think, on that 2-story space, so you need to fix that up. The mechanical, second floor mechanical. But that's roughly where it is. And one more, we got Elvis on there. One more slide. I'm running out of time. This one's to show you a couple things. We are not touching your city hall. We want to leave that so you have opportunities. I'd like to see you someday refurbish it like that and put it back to its original Art Deco. Would be awesome. But we're not touching it. You can kind of see in the upper drawing we showed you before, the loading area, and to the right of the loading area, there's an exit space in there for the upper level stores from the basketball court down to the outside. You've got also electrical equipment on City Hall. So there's a space in between that loading area to be able to get out, and City Hall remains in this drawing. Gives you an idea how far our addition extends, though. Next drawing. And then, so we thought, well, as long as we're not touching it, this is a little early because the receiving of the lockers and the mechanical change a little bit. So has the plan. But kind of an idea, someday maybe you put a Corn Palace gift shop and maybe wrap City Hall around it. It's an idea. It's not part of the study. It's just we want to not touch that, and we want to leave that for you. I'd really love to see you someday refurbish the Art Deco building. So next one, I'm getting there really fast. You're going to want to read these. There's about half of your report is like pages of structural, mechanical, plumbing, fire protection, electric power, special systems. These guys are going to be ticked off that I'm not reading it to you, but I would add about 45 minutes to this report, and you don't want it. Well, somebody here does. It's going to be online. Please read it because they really did. They did a phenomenal job advancing this project to, if you go forward, they've got a lot of really great notes in there of how they go about doing this and phasing the work. So I just had to give a shout out. And I didn't even give my electrical engineer. Next slide, quick before. How long is it going to take to build this thing? We think this is a proposed idea. In June, we present it. In July, you say, yeah, fine, let's move on to the next. Let's ask for proposals in August for the rest of the project. Again, you'd go into design development. You can stop at the end of design development. You could go in construction documents and stop. I hate it that the farther you go, the more you spend to get this. But you can stop at any one of those phases, and then you bid it and go into construction. So you could award a contract, we think, in September for the design work. Next stage, in January, in 26, we'd be submitting design development documents. That'd be the next stage. This is how far we are now and how we've refined this plan with your help. Because really what we're asking is you tell us what you really want, how's this put together, then we just keep refining it from there. February, you'd approve it. July, we'd be submitting construction plans, specs, bidding, construction conditions. In August, you'd get construction bids, you break ground in September. In March, you'd complete phase 1, interior tunnel. I didn't show you those interior tunnels, did I? But never mind. We have to build a new interior tunnel, one that might actually be there. If we can discover it, we don't have to build quite as much. And the new construction footprint. By May, we think we'll be able to demo the stage and the existing mechanical electrical equipment. In December, exterior envelope enclosure. I know if you're in construction, you're thinking, can we really do that? In April of 28, exterior facade improvements complete. In August, interior construction complete. Full move-in. So what's it going to cost? May as well go there. Are you doing the math already? Yeah, it's grown because it got bigger and longer. It has concessions and it has stuff in there, but I know I'm from out of town. You guys got to do something. You're going to spend $5 million on mechanical systems, so I'm just saying, you got to somewhere along the way. This building, I think you're at a crossroads. It's 6 years since you've really done anything big to the systems. So you either let it get older and knock it down someday, or you use what you have, which is, I think, out of towners. You look at all the people that keep coming here. Here's your chance to advance the Corn Palace. So you have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. In today's dollars, we're at 18.8. We took it to the middle of construction because we've been learning lately, well, if I give it to you now, why did it go up between now and a year and a half from now when you put this project out on the street? Well, because the contractors bid to about somewhere in the middle of construction is what we're hearing. So we did that for you, and we said by then you're probably at almost 20. So it's a bigger bullet than what we started with, but it's what I heard from the committee that this is a direction we should go. We more than double your event space, more than double your seating space. We almost triple your event space. That might be the end of the slides. I kind of give a sales pitch at the end, but all new mechanical, electrical, doubling seating and tripling event space, and hardly any downtime. I can't guarantee you no downtime. There will be some. They got to make transitions of these systems, but it's going to be weeks instead of a year. I think we figured up to 15 months. Non-operational Corn Palace if you just tear it all down and try to replace it. And that's why we went to this option as opposed to the one we thought would be less money. It would have extended farther into Lawler. And between those couple of reasons, we kind of nixed pursuing that one here at this point. So this is the one, as a committee, we concurred, let's bring this one. It makes the most sense.
Robin, we're not closing Lawler down then. How far into Lawler will this plant here, or was it going to be right on the edge of the sidewalk?
This took, we could go back to that floor plan if you can. It took, I think it was 10 feet roughly. Let's see. Keep going. There, see where the sidewalk bumps? It's almost the width of a sidewalk, but then, which is 5, I guess. But I took a little more, and I think when I was done, I took 10.
Okay.
A little bit, and so you don't just walk on a 5-foot sidewalk.
You don't have to shut it down if we don't want to, but we can always have that discussion if it makes
I'd love to see you do
safety reasons.
If you can shut her down, I'd love to see you do more plaza around that side, but that's a little more.
Yeah.
So you're going to do construction into the middle of Lawler.
Yeah, because you had in there road replacement.
Yes, there's some road work involved, so that's in this dollar amount. I don't think it.
It's not removal, replacement.
Right. Yeah, because we can tear down more of the road. There's water in there. I think that's what I've been told, the only utility. So we've got some road replacement work and repair. By the time they're done, every time we dig down for a footing, we go 4 feet deep, we have to go 4 feet out. So we're already 10 feet into the street. We're going down, we're at least 15 feet into the street if they, we hold them to the inch. But then by the time they drive their big graders and earth moving equipment, they'll we're gonna replace a chunk of road. And those of you that stuck around just for the motion to go in executive session and adjourn, I'm amazed.
I just want to say that I feel like this is, you've really answered a lot of questions. You've put a lot of things. Obviously, the money is the big question mark, but I love the design. I love the concept. I love the timeline and the ability to keep using the Corn Palace while we're in process and all of the considerations that you've done here. So kudos to you and your team, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Robin, I got a question.
Yes.
We told you to bring us a $12 to $15 million expansion. You got a $21,400,000 expansion.
Yep. Yes, it expanded. It
By
expanded.
whose authority?
There's a design committee that I was working with that asked for, so we started with, can we do all the mechanical, electrical,
Well, we agreed
replace
to
all
pay you
that?
$84,000 to bring us a $12 to $15 million expansion.
But then the committee that worked with me asked for,
At
can
that
we
point,
do
my opinion
this,
is the committee
this, or
should have
this?
came back to us, not to talk over you, I apologize.
No, you're fine.
But at that point, the committee should have come back to us and said, hey, they can't do it for that. That's my opinion. I don't.
I hear you. I hear you. It's where it went as we look at the project and what you can or should do. I think the consensus was, don't stop and cut us that short. If you go back to some of the very early plans, there's not much in those. So as we got into it, it's like, well, can you do this and can you do that? So there were additions. And yes, they cost money. So I hear what you're saying. Dollars are always a killer, and I think as a group, me personally, this is what I'd recommend. I think the group that was there would, if you have conversations with them, I think they're going to say, having looked through some of these concepts, some of the others, just sketches and things are in this other report. Nothing else fleshed out as exciting, usable, good space, good expandable space. When you think about what you're spending and what you're gaining on this one, I don't know if I could. I don't have my original reports I could compare, but I'll bet you I got you more floor space than we had in our other studies.
I did the math. It looks like $600 a square foot is what it would come out to.
It's probably about right. Yep.
Or $5,760 per seat.
There you go. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's event space. It's not a pre-engineered metal building or a pole barn. It's large spans. It's an awesome. What I can't believe, I'll tell you what's missing. The city, we can't find the 1960 plans when this building, when the lower level was abandoned. Did they take it all out or not? I so wanted to discover and drop down into those toilet rooms down below. We can't find the plans when it was remodeled. When they added the tunnel underneath the basketball court and the new mechanical systems and the soft seats.
They probably said this thing's perfect. Throw the plans away.
Well, I'd like to know what they probably spent $600 per square foot. No, I don't know what they spent. They bit the bullet and they did what they needed to do. They did a great job. That was 60 years after it was originally built, and you're facing 60 years now again. That's really what you're up against. Is do you just kind of leave it and keep putting Band-Aids on it until you just can't anymore?
Okay, so now what happens?
You bet. I'm done. You can, whenever you're done with me, is that what you're asking? Oh.
I'm just wondering what the direction of the council. I mean, we can't really set official direction, but.
Yep. Yeah, you asked for schematic design and presentation. That's my contract. If you were to go forward, I would say what you really need to do now is get a proposal for design development, construction documents, and construction administration to take this thing, get it going. So that's kind of it outlined in the timeline schedule. Your next step would be to say, let's move forward, or no.
So then my question is, I guess, to the people that were on the committee, are we going to bring this back as stated here in July for council approval of report and request for proposal?
Waiting for, I've talked to a major donor 3 times a day, and we're waiting for a final answer next week for big bucks on this. So once we hear that, I think we'll have a good idea what to do.
Well, the other thing too is obviously a presentation is to get this information all out to the public and have the public input now. So, and that's one of the most points tonight to do is to get this design and concept to the public, and exactly what we did. We presented it. Now let's go from there.
Okay. All right. End of presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
You bet.
Thanks. All right. We'll do the next one then.
You gonna do public input?
I don't think we're gonna. It's just a presentation, so sorry.
Sat there all night long. You gotta be kidding. Be waiting for the adjournment.
Unless you guys want to let them do some input. They're saying it's just a presentation. Okay. Sorry. Okay, motion to enter an executive session according to SDCL 125.2.3 legal and negotiations.
So moved.
Motion and a second.